Welcome to the BS Plus Competition Invitational Playoffs. My name is Bass of the Past, and join alongside me for the final day of this event is the one, the only Hypheria. And Hype, we got to start this event off, my friend. We were here for day number 1 of group stages, and now we come back on day 3 for the beginning of playoffs. And we've got the pleasure of casting Monkeys versus White Demons to start the day. I could not be more excited. How are you doing, my friend?
I am so excited for this, really looking forward to the playoffs. Obviously, the group stage, it's always fun to see a round robin, but if you can't get knocked out, it's not really that do-or-die scenario. And here, no lower bracket, no nothing. It is do-or-die. You have to make it work directly, and we're going to be streaming every single match as well. 2 of these quarterfinals will be on the main stream or on this stream, and the other one will be on the B stream, exclamation mark B stream in the chat for that, and then we'll be moving into the semi-finals. That will all be on this channel, so make sure you follow it as well, because it is going to be a series.
Yeah, these are all going to be incredible games. Every single game we've got lined up here today is going to be intense action. Like you said, there is no lower bracket. Everything from here on out is going to be single elimination, which means teams do not have time to try and diddle-daddle around. They have got to hit the pitch and immediately start firing. And, well, the 2 teams we've got here today, the White Demons and the Monkeys, I can tell you for one thing, Monkeys are a team every time we've seen them play, they immediately come out the gates firing. We haven't had the pleasure, at least I personally have not had the pleasure of casting White Demons in this tournament yet, but from what I've seen, it really is one of these things where they can take down the best competition, but can get beaten by the best competition. So it really depends on what type of performance we see out of them today. It should be a close one no matter what. We've been saying this the whole tournament, but every single team is of the utmost caliber in this tournament. They've all been taking wins against each other, and it really just shows how incredibly close this contest is.
Yeah, exactly. If you look at the group stage already, there's no team that is 3-0, no team that is 0-3. So just for your little refreshment back at home to see which teams are actually all in this, obviously you've got the Monkeys and White Demons, but apart from that, it is woke up like this. It is BS Plus Competition, it is SK Gaming, it is German Amigos, it is Rix, and then, well, we've had a lot of EU teams. Why not step outside to one of the regions that's been getting a lot of love? Sandrock Gaming will be playing here today as well and showing how they will fare. But first up, as you said, Monkeys versus White Demons.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting battle here. Both these teams are really going to hope to have a hot start like we had mentioned previously. And because of that single elimination, they're going to move on to face either the winner of Rix versus BS Plus Competition, which, like we said, is going on the other channel right now. These guys are really going to hope that they can get as much momentum in their favor as they can, because that can sometimes carry you throughout an entire tournament day. The tournaments are set up with quarterfinals, semifinals, then finals. They only have to get through 3 rounds to take home that $5,000. But it's not going to be an easy competition no matter what. Like we said, everybody here is extremely close. And looking at the entirety of the bracket, Hypheria, we are here early enough that we can start making some rather bold predictions. 8 teams lined up. 8 teams, well, not 8 teams. 7 teams will go. 1 team will remain. Who do you think that team's going to be?
I mean, I feel like anyone we've mentioned can be the team that take it home. Sandrock Gaming, if they're having a good day, if they've been practicing, they can very much pull through and get this in the bag. But I feel like the favorites of this tournament might just be facing against each other in the first round already in German Amigos versus SK Gaming going on later today. It is that is going to be a phenomenal series, and if that would be the finals, also would not surprise me whatsoever. So my guess would definitely have to go to German or SK.
I think that's really not a bad choice here. It really depends on what type of SK we saw. The other day, SK did not seem very motivated, did not seem like they were all together, and only managed to win after really rallying themselves back into the game after taking 2 sweep losses in a row. It's going to be interesting. The motivation is going to be difficult for these guys, I think, because it was a little bit demotivating the other day. But if they're in this one 100%, I can see SK making it all the way. That being said, there still feels like there's something in the air for teams like BS Plus Competition. When we saw them on their game, they really were difficult to try and slow down. And similarly, on the other end, it does also feel like another team that when they were on, and when they were off, they were off. Woke Up Like This have still got my sleeper pick for this entire competition. They finished 2-1 in the group stages, positive by 3, and taking wins against some, well, very impressive teams. They took down BS+ Competition. They took a win against SK. The only team they did not win against in their group was Monkeys, and to be honest, they won't end up meeting Monkeys until the finals. So if they end up having a rematch of their group stage, I would not be surprised. But they're going to have to get past Sandrock Gaming, and then, like you said, 2 front runners in German Amigos and SK Gaming. So they do not have an easy side of the bracket, but to be honest, no one has an easy bracket here. Like we said, these teams are all very close. No matter what, any one of them could walk away with a win.
Yeah, and just to zoom in on this matchup a little bit more, Monkeys versus White Demons. Monkeys, somewhat ex-Galaxy Racer, but it's got Matane, Arju, and Cuxer going up against a team that has been popping off in certain areas, Dorito, CRR, and Tigri. It is... Both teams have pop-up potential. Monkeys, I would say, have a little bit more experience across the board. I don't think that's a rude thing to say whatsoever when you have Cuxer in your team, literally season 1 player already. So the Monkeys, they take the experience side, but these days, young guns can pull off a heck of a lot of work here.
Yeah, there's always something to be said about the up-and-coming lads here in Rocket League. They always seem to have something special. They always seem to be, I don't know, something just a little bit more explosive in the way that they play. They seem to just play the game a little bit differently, a little bit quicker, but sometimes that experience can just be a little bit better. We're going to have to find out here, as though, I will be honest, no real inexperienced players on the pitch. White Demons very familiar with RLCS competition and high-level competition, and although they are not an RLCS team, all 3 players on Monkeys are very aware of RLCS competition, so they know what's at stake, they know the circumstances, they know there are $5,000 to play for, and they know that it starts right now. 20 seconds into game number 1. This best of 5 is going to be an intense one. We don't know who's coming out on top, but we will find out. Let's see what happens here in game number 1.
That's White Demons already in the attack inside. Matane and Arju wanting to go for the same ball, going to end up double committing CRR to the center. Shut down by Matane, but Monkeys, they're still in a little bit of an awkward position. We saw that first time as well when we did see Monkeys play, that they had a little bit of struggle in that initial game to get their defensive rotation going, which led to an absolutely ridiculous amount of goals. I think it was like 9 or 11 or something like that. And I do not want to see that. Currently, it's not looking as if we will see such a thing. White Demons are looking very good in the defense, but now they need to be looking even better. Dorito jumps in front of the shot over Matane valiantly, and it will be cleared out.
Cleared out only for now, though. Unfortunately, this is not really looking like a relief of pressure here yet. White Demons continuing with their tear out from midfield. Tigre gonna try to pass the Dorito. I think he's actually still gonna get the touch. No one decides to attack. Arju was kind of there, but right now, Monkeys look a little bit hesitant, a bit surprising considering we said they did such a good job of coming out the gates firing in the last couple of games that we had seen them play. So maybe they can try and turn this one around, but so far, no possession really going in their favor. Touch from Arju out of midfield might change that one up, but no, he can't get a follow-up, so instead, Cuxer just has to take an easy lob straight to the goal where CRR is waiting. I gotta be honest, I'm a little bit confused by what we're seeing out of the Monkeys here. They look very hesitant. They do not want to take a risk to start this game, and while I can understand because they do not want to expose themselves, they need to try and put some sort of offense together here. Maybe this is the offense. Starting to control it out at midfield. No one able to really do much with it, though. And again, it might just be because it's game number 1, but a lot of awkward play on the side of Monkeys right now.
A lot of solo plays coming through as well. Now finally a team play, but the touch out of Matane just not up to par where it needs to be. CRR wants to pinch it through. Also from the side of White Demons, I wouldn't say there's been a massive amount of team plays. Arju, you don't really need a team if you can double tap this, but CRR make sure that that double tap opportunity is squandered directly. Dorito needs to get this out. Everybody on White Demons is slowly dissipating on boost. Tigre rips one from distance as Arju clears it off the backboard. Matane is just lurking in midfield the entire time. Redirect into the corner. Cuxer's looking for the redirect as well, but it's Tigre with the clear out, and the back and forth will commence once again.
Yeah, this back and forth is a very familiar state. It was surprising that we didn't see a lot of it until day 2 of this event when we got to Group B. A lot of Group A was not really having this back and forth play. It was a lot of possession play that kind of just went to different teams at different instances. But this ping pong type of play style, it is fun to watch. It is very explosive, and it leaves you with that sort of feeling that at any moment a goal could come out of nowhere. And with only about 100 seconds left, it's looking like whichever goal that is going to probably be the last one, or at least a very important one. Matane knows that, so he's trying to 50-50 his way through the defense of White Demons. But speaking of which, here come the White Demons the other way. Dorito can't get a great touch because he's out of boost, but at least he's got people waiting in the wings. Tigre going to keep this one contained, and so will Dorito. Pressing the issue now. White Demons just need a good shot, and no! CRR and Dorito were there for the play, but Tigre was not. Just a little bit too far back, and what should have been a great three-man passing play just is not communicated effectively enough, and it will fall short.
Now Tigre is outsped by his opponent and heading into the final minute. It is crunch time for both teams. I like this though. They're both playing a little bit more preserved and not... You have a rare occasion where the teams just start popping off goals after goal after goal purely because their defensive rotation is not good. They're trying to take this a little bit more defensive so they can go on the counter very easily. And now CRR, there is a opportunity to start the counter shut down directly by Matane into the hands of Arju. Arju got bumped but still is on track for the double tap. Tigre with a massive boom out will send that to the other side, and at this point it is might as well be goal to goal territory, and CRR does it with a pre-flip going underneath, and a beautiful goal to open us up.
Look at how much lift he gets with just using the tire of his car. That is ridiculous. That angle is already difficult enough. To do that with a flip and the underside of your car, I cannot overstate how difficult that shot was. White Demons popping off out of nowhere here. More specifically, CRR popping off out of nowhere here. And that might have just secured them game number one. 15 seconds left. Unless the Monkeys can get something together right here, right now, they're going to unfortunately fall down 0-1 in the series. Arju's pre-jump is not going to be enough, and I don't think Cuxter's is either. Matane will attempt to keep this one up, but it's right into the hands of White Demons, who are going to probably try to spike this one down, and I think they have. No, Arju going to keep this one up. Now passes it out to Matane, who does the same. Can they actually get a shot in here? Arju, he will be the one to do so, but Dorito will be the one to block it. It's not over yet, though, because Cux takes a shot, and Tigre gets a save as well. 2 saves for White Demon will secure them game number 1.
Oh my, golden goal territory was the correct call indeed. White Demons, it only took them 1, but a lot of shots have been fired out of White Demons. They've had 8 shots in total. Monkeys only generating 6. Well, still, the goal differential is what matters in the end. White Demons having one up on their opponent. Now Monkeys, they need to ease into this a little bit more. We saw a few opportunities out of them squandered purely due to them not having enough power in the shots, and that is something Monkeys need to change. They need to start ripping those shots on target with a lot of power.
And part of the reason that I don't think they're getting power is because of the fact that they are kind of flat-footed right now. And that doesn't really make sense in a game where you're driving around the field, but it does if you think about it in terms of just sort of momentum. They're sitting on the goal, they're sitting in different places where they aren't really as ready to immediately drive out the gates and start going Mach 11 speeds. What they need to do is they need to keep their speed up a little bit more, and if they are going to offense, they need to not hesitate and slow themselves down. Part of the reason we're seeing such lackluster shots is because they just don't have speed when hitting the ball. So we're going to have to see if they can change that one up here in game number 2. It's going to be, oh boy, very important for them to get a goal on the board. And, well, 2 seconds in, they will show exactly why.
And I think right now, you give Monkeys a tiny opening, and they're just going to keep on taking. And this might just be that opening. 2 seconds in, White Demon. They're not going to be happy with that whatsoever, as it does pop up for another kickoff. CRR goes for the front reset, doesn't have a lot of boost left. It drops to the center once again. And there's opportunity seemingly going to go away into the depths of missed opportunity land. A lot of wasted time is laying around there. A lot of wasted time is laying around here as well with that double tap. Arju got close, but Arju is the player that, in my opinion, needs to warm up the most usually, from what I've seen from him the past tournament.
Yeah, Arju is a good player, but I will agree. He's a guy who tends to take some time to get comfortable in the environments that he's in. Part of that might be the fact that he is playing with 2 very experienced players, and speaking of which, Matane going to show exactly how valuable his experience is here as he gets the first goal. Good 50-50 from Cux, though, to get it to him. So he's got 2 very experienced players on his team. To be honest, if Arju takes a minute to warm up, that's probably okay with the teammates that he's got.
Oh yeah, it's definitely something that he can afford to do, and if he then starts popping off during the later stages, and they always say about Turbo, yeah, he starts popping off when he needs to, and for the rest, it's, well, not only his teammates, but his teammates are able to carry the slack a little bit, and if Arju is able to do the same and really warm up in that 5th and maybe final, or well, that would be the final game, that is what matters. That is the moment that you need to pull through. But right now, it is White Demons in a 2-goal deficit, and they need to start a comeback.
I like that they're going for these team plays, though. I think this is going to be one of the most valuable assets here in this game, is the fact that we are seeing really good synergy from everybody on White Demons. Now, that being said, there have been a couple of moments and lapses in judgment where they don't really understand what they're doing. Oh my word, this could be one of them! Yep, the miss on the backfield, the demo in the net, and then no follow-up touch. This was not a bad play. It was a great 50 from Dorito. The issue is that CRR kind of just charged in there from a really odd angle and had no save available. So once again, miscommunication for White Demons is going to cost them. And now we are only 90 seconds into game 2. And at this point, I'm already ready to call this one in favor of Monkeys. They came out the gates just absolutely hammering the issue.
Yeah, they were hammering it home from the 2-second mark. That was already happening. Monkeys got that quick goal and propelled them into an accelerated state that White Demons seemingly could keep up with. As Methane looks for the pass into Arju. The pass is a little bit behind him, so it's to beep, drive back real quick. And still, Methane might be able to drop this down into the hands of Cuxer. It's still a little bit over on the White Demon defense as Cuxer gets free reign on the backboard. Almost drops it into the center. CRR now on the wall. Into Dorito he goes. Dorito tries to pass it back, but the pass is a little bit off. White Demons need to start finding them in a better state than they currently are. Arju is finding that perfect first touch, but a quick shutdown does involve on the side of White Demons as well.
Now we're starting to see something a little bit more interesting. So game number 1, we were critical of the amount of solo plays we saw. We didn't think that they were going to be valuable enough and that they wouldn't really penetrate the defense of either team. Now all of a sudden we're seeing a completely different issue, and White Demons are trying too much to get these team plays together. Eventually, someone needs to take a shot. T-Grade is aware of that, does actually finally take one, and CRR are going to do the same. No, he can't get it by though. Cooks with an on-the-line save. That pinch was so nice in the net, but he couldn't quite get the angle to work out for him, and now Monkeys will actually go the other way themselves. Methane will not get the touch, but White Demons coming within centimeters of being able to score their first goal.
The amount of times that we are getting close to absolute ludicrousy and absolutely ridiculousness unfolding on the pitch is insane. Now, Cuxer, that's not a ridiculous shot, but it's still a decent one. CRR is equal to it. As Arju looks to extend the play, going to get it into the opposing corner, but it's Tigger getting in the way of it. Dorito now wants to get this out. They've got 90 seconds remaining to try and bring this back from a 3-goal deficit. It's going to be a task, but it is a task that they need to take on. White Demons have been stellar at times, but have not been able to finish it off. And maybe it is on the other side now. Monkeys is maintained with another opportunity. Dorito going on the counter directly. Flipper set going under and then over. And completely make Cuxer his second best in that exchange, but it still won't lead to a goal.
Unfortunately so. They really are throwing everything they've got at their opponents, but no matter what, unfortunately, the Monkeys will not back down. Matter of fact, I'll also show you how to do it. Hey, you guys can't score. Let me show you how it's done. Archu comes through here, just gets the perfect touch around the last 2 defenders and slams that one home. Just got to rub some salt in the wounds there, if I'm being honest, because this game was already in favor of Monkeys. They were up by 3 with only about a minute left. Now they're up by 4 with a minute left, and they're looking to shut out their opponents here in game number 2. It's a huge turnaround out of Monkeys, to put it simply. They took a game to get warmed up to figure out how White Demons were going to play. Now that they've got them figured out, the question becomes, does White Demons figure out any sort of comeback here? They're going to need to make a lot of adjustments in the following game if they want any shot at staying in the series.
Are they going to make the comeback? Probably not. Let's be real. Let's be realistic here. We're not going to say, oh, White Demons are... Maybe they're going to make the comeback. No. Are they able to make a comeback momentum-wise and get some in the tank there? Absolutely. If they can get a goal, maybe even 2, or a good offensive pressure during this closing stage of the game, they will get that propellant into the next game and are able to open it up a lot better and hopefully not concede a goal within 2 seconds. Hopefully for them, that is, because Monkeys, they want to hunt that 2-second goal once again. This is going to be game. Whether it will be a 4-0 scoreline, that all depends on White Demons scoring this opportunity. Tigre has another opportunity. He slams it over the crossbar, and Argue still makes the save. They're giving White Demons absolutely nothing.
That is wild. The Monkeys hold it down even till the very bitter end of game number 2. And to be honest, I can understand why. They want to try and deflate the White Demons as much as they can. They want to try and keep them out of this series, both mentally and physically. Just meaning, A, don't let them get the shot, and B, just make them as drained as possible. It's looking like White Demons really are going to have to go back to the drawing board here, because I didn't see a lot of successful challenges from them that game. They had some okay shots throughout it, but to be honest, there was nothing that ever really surprised me or shocked me overall. I felt like this definitely, there was a lot of room to improve, to put it simply, for White Demons, and the question kind of becomes, does that start with their offense or their defense?
I think mainly their defense. We saw already from the get-go that 2-second goal kind of sent them into a bad spiral of not being able to do anything really. So White Demons, they need to just get off to a greater start, need to start shutting out Monkeys and not allow those awkward passes like we just seen Cuxer do as well. Beautiful infield pass to find Mitane there. So that's what they need to change. That's something that they need to keep into account, which they definitely can. They 100% can do that on White Demons, and that all starts within those initial 30 seconds. Getting off to a great start is half the work in this game, but now it is a game 3 underway. You have to get this, and you will be on to match point in a commanding position. That is a pass from Tigre into CRR. White Demons, they're looking as if they want a very strong start.
Looking for it, hoping that they can get a stronger start than the last game where they went down immediately. Tigre, though, not getting the greatest 50 there, not going to do himself any favors, and now Dorito going to have to try and clean up that sloppy touch, and all of a sudden now Monkeys going the other way with this one. Unfortunately, it's looking like the same for White Demons here. They're still in this little bit of limbo where they don't know if they want to try these passing plays and these team plays. They don't know if they want to try solo play, and they just look a little bit lackluster in their offense here. It doesn't look all that threatening, and part of that is the fact that they are not seemingly clicking on the offense to the degree that we might like. Part of that is also that Monkeys really containing them right now. Monkeys were a team we knew they'd have good offense, but their defense all of a sudden stepping up as well. And, well, here comes the offense. Mitane looking for a flip reset, but Tigre will deny it. And now here comes another chance for White Demons to prove me wrong, get themselves a goal on the board, and show that offensive prowess, but they're instead going to be forced back into retreat immediately. And unfortunately, this is just more of the same from game number 2. Monkeys here with the offense, meanwhile, White Demons just trying to survive.
And it's definitely Mitane, the attacking power in the Monkeys, constantly being up the pitch, wanting to cause a nuisance, but Arju, he's got some attacking capability. He's not right here. The double tap is a failed. Cuxer will meet CRR on the backboard. It's going to be a pinch into the center. Mitane misreads it. Tigre is a little bit better as he is able to move it to the center, but then Arju just gets in the way of it. CRR with an awkward flip still ends up in the right position. That net is completely open. Arju looks for the pass back. No one found. Oh my word, if this turns into a goal, I will be upset. It does not. They managed to make the mistake and nullified, but you cannot be missing those kind of balls.
I'm very shocked that Cux let that one go by him, but he got lucky, and all of a sudden Mitane was behind him, ready to bail him out. An awkward game so far here in game number 3, a little bit different than the last 2 that we had watched. It feels like we're in this really hesitant period where now all of a sudden Monkeys are getting nervous because they're recognizing that White Demons are trying to break down pace of play, and neither one of the teams wants to be that person to reinitiate that faster play style. They just want to try and contain this ball, try and play this one as safely as they can because they don't want any simple mistake to cost them a goal. CRR will make no mistake there, make sure to get that save and make sure to clear that one out for now. Gives everyone in White Demons a little bit of a breathe, and gives them a chance to set up and get some momentum and get some boost in their favor, but unfortunately, it's not going to get them a chance to break out of their own half. Monkeys continuing to press the issue here as we approach the 2-minute mark. Cux, though, takes a pretty standard shot that just goes straight into the backboard. Again, it's those safety plays. He didn't want to shoot it on target because he didn't want the counterattack, but he also didn't want to put it into another teammate because he didn't want to get it intercepted. It's this weird little in-between, and again, I just don't know where this limbo is going to end and when we start to see a real offense from one of these teams. How about this one? Nice three-man passing play. Just not quite enough from White Demons, though.
Yeah, I love that you say that as well. The limbo is not really a strategy that usually works out in Rocket League. This is what you need to go for. You need to go for plays with conviction. Dorito does that right here, linking up beautifully with CRR in the corner. CRR doing basically all the work. Arju helpless in the goal, forced to take a 1-0 deficit.
A 1-0 deficit, and it came at the perfect time for the White Demons. They had been building up that offense for quite some time, trying to keep that pressure together, and oh my word! Dorito doesn't apparently need extended pressure. All he needs is a ball in the corner and a good kickoff, and he'll hit an angle you've never seen. This is ridiculous off the backboard.
That was very quick. I would recommend, once again, do not blink because you will miss the action here. This just once again portrays the depths of play everyone can do. CRR can do it, but also his teammate Dorito can pull off an amazing angle. CRR obviously with a passing play, but now it's Arju looking to create something on the other end. Maybe he's warmed up a little bit more. He's at least wanting to 50 his way through. Matane has a little bit of space to work with, gets it past Siri. CRR still on the backboard, waiting patiently. Dorito needs to bail out his team, does indeed do so. It is pivotal for White Demons to hold on to the lead for as long as possible, but how can you do that? Arju, he's warmed up, he's Icarus, and he's flying at the perfect length away from the sun, so he doesn't burn, but he is hot.
What's up with these angles from the corner? This is ridiculous. Dorito slotted one in last time. This time he gets it dunked upon from said angle. And Arju finally starts warming up, like you said, putting monkeys on his back and trying to give them a little bit of a breath of life here with the last minute of game number 3 coming up. Can they get another shot in here? Can they force an overtime? Cux would love to be the one to do so, but instead he just pops it off the backboard where Tigre is waiting. Arju will still continue to press the issue, looking for a 50-50 in the corner. This time, though, Dorito not going to lose said 50. Instead, he's going to buy time for his team to get set up, get ready to clear this one out. Uh-oh, but that's not a clear at all. That's a free shot for Arju, but it's a save for Tigre as well. But now, all of a sudden, Monkey's starting to look a lot more threatening. Their offense has found that fire again, and now they need to run with it for these last 30 seconds.
And they need to try and run with it, and maybe even Usain Bolt style, trying to be the quickest on the track by a massive mile. As they only have to hold on for 25 seconds. Dorito, if he can score another goal here, did get the flip, might just land on target. Arju, he cannot stop scoring. Unfortunately for him, this was in the wrong goal, and I think that might just be game.
Yeah, that unfortunately is going to seal the deal here. Dorito, now he's just winning all of his 50s at this point. Lost one to Arju on the line and said, no, sir, no more of that. Picks himself up a hat trick, takes his team to a 2-1 lead here in the series. And now all of a sudden, this is make or break time for the Monkeys. They're going to be down by 1 game. They're going to have their opponents on match point. And like we said, this is a single elimination bracket. You lose your first matchup, that is the end of your day altogether. And Cux, he knows that, and he's going to try and give his team a chance here in game number 3.
Endgame mania. Always love seeing this. There's an opportunity. The Italians linking up perfectly. The Italian Stallions moving through to give Monkeys a chance here. Now, they've got 4 seconds. The kickoff needs to be perfect. They've had goals within 2 seconds. It's at least going to pop up, but that will be into the hands of CRR, who misses it completely. It gets the bump on Arju. Ooh, that was scary for a second. Started a few sweat drops developing on my face. Instantly dissipated as soon as White Demons won and it touched the ground.
And they do take the win indeed. They are now up 2-1 in this series. Monkeys, all of a sudden, like we said, they are back down into a place they did not want to be. They are 1 game away from being eliminated from this tournament outright. And that would be in round number 1. It would be a pretty disappointing way to go, but it would also be, you know, it's the reality of a single elimination tournament. People start dropping like flies, and that's just kind of the way it is. Like we said, you have to come out the gates firing. If you are not prepared for this tournament, you will be swept upon. And, well, it's not a sweep here, but 3-1, a fitting scoreline to start off if White Demons continue to play at the rate that they are.
Yeah, the post-kickoff scenarios are still a little bit awkward on both sides. They seem to not fully grasp what they need to do. They still are a little bit shaky in that kind of rotation. They need to start fixing that, because we also saw right there at the end of the game, a goal would have been possible in 4 seconds. So you do not want to give any openings. As soon as you give something away, I already said it, that well, Monkeys will take anything that they get, and vice versa. We saw that this game, and the start of the game is so important. White Demons, they got off to a better one, but now they are on match point. Monkeys need to win 2 in a row to try and pull through and not be dropped out of this winner-takes-all tournament. Heading into game number 4, I really want this to go to game 5, but let's see who will take this one as Dorito and Cux are kicking us off.
Sometimes all you need is that little spark of life. One of the teams that knows best about that is Rix, who yesterday reverse swept German Amigos, and it all started with a kickoff goal in game number 3. So you never really know. Maybe they just need that little bit of a spark, that little bit of a jump start, and they can get into this. But they're going to need to get past the defense first. A brilliant shot out of Cuxer, but it is not enough. Saves on the line, and the White Demons will keep out that goal.
Oh my word, a jump start indeed, because he was ahead of the play there. Made sure that he was up into the skies, knowing an absolute boomer was coming through. A boomer will be coming through here as well, not from CRR. He just passes it to his teammate Tigri, and then does not get the desirable touch. As Mitane wanting to go down the other end of the flick, a little bit lacking. Thus, it will be CRR taking over. Dorito being taken off the pitch means CRR can still take control over Cuxer. He goes. It's Arju up into the skies very quickly. Tigri still able to keep this into the offensive. Half an hour breakaway will inevitably happen. Not inevitably, but sure, maybe a few extra seconds as CRR drops into the center. Tigri, oh my word, all he has to do is place a little target. Arju gets in the way of it, and now Mitane from the backboard stores in to bail his team out.
Oh my, so many close chances, but no one able to find the back of the net yet. We're about 80 seconds into this one. Both teams have had their shots. Both teams have shown that they know what's at stake. They know how important this game is, and while the last one started off a little bit slow, this one has started off red hot, and it started with a goal for White Demons. A great save out of Arju here just to make sure to keep this one out, but unfortunately, there needed to be a follow-up. No one around, and Dorito gets himself a freebie.
I don't know how Dorito was the one to score that. Both players who jumped for it on the backboard got a touch on it. That sent it over the crossbar and down and out. Dorito being in the perfect position. Now Cooks are off of kickoff. I said that those kickoff situations can be a little bit shaky, a little bit awkward. And this time it's seemingly going to go way after kickoff, where there needs to be another goal from Monkeys. That is, Dorito or White Demons will be more than fine with sitting this one out with a 1-goal lead.
Yeah, they would be okay with that from now. They're going to hope that they can keep this 1-goal lead, but unfortunately, this isn't a lot of security. One mistake, and all of a sudden, Monkeys are back into this one. Oh, but not if this goal is scored. CRR can't quite get the angle, had no more boost left in the tank, couldn't quite adjust, and had to have some faith that that would just find its way into the back of the net. It does not, and unfortunately, the White Demons will have to settle for this 1-goal lead for now. Going to try and restart this offense here, but as Mitane presses the issue out at midfield, Monkeys looking for their first goal of the game, looking to get an offense started, and, well, I don't know if they're going to be able to press back into their own half, but at least they've got some boost in the tank and some decent positioning.
Yeah, Mitane, decent positioning as well, wanting to take it into the skies. You know what I heard as well at some point? This is 100% pure propaganda and purely a lie, but something that Cuxer doesn't sleep for like 72 hours, then just sleeps for like 36 hours straight. I don't know where I heard this, but this was at the very start of my Rocket League career, but he is very much awake for this goal. Cuxer equalizing.
And all of a sudden, Cuck's going to show exactly why he doesn't sleep. The Vampire going to score himself a goal here, ties up the game, and that is one of the wildest things I've ever heard. If it's a true statement, Cucks, that's insane. You're insane. But hey, listen, there's method to the madness, apparently, because it has tied the game up here. The man himself, with 2 minutes remaining, has given some life to the Monkeys at this point. They're going to have to try and keep this one going, though. They can't just settle for a tied game. They need to take this one convincingly and force a game number 5. They might just be able to do so if Mitane can get something off the backboard. Arju is there, but doesn't want to challenge. Knew that it was pretty useless considering the defenders around and would rather just contain the ball in his own half. The safe plays from Arju and the rest of Monkeys, but they need to start getting some offense going as well as some solid defense.
As the other B-stream match has gone to a game 5, we would love to see that here as well. But now Dorito wanting to change that. The flick absolutely skyrocketing. It still drops to the center. Dorito out to the side. White Demons are in a little bit of control, looking for the crazy angle. Cuxer, the recovery is a little bit slower than he would have liked, landing on the ground instead of the wall. CRR still preserved his flip, gets past Mitane. Arju is still there, but he needs to jump a little bit earlier. Never mind, he jumped at the perfect time as Dorito wants to pass it into CRR once again. The first touch a little bit too far forward, so Matane will be able to clear it out to the side. 1 minute remaining, but this is looking as if it might just go to an overtime.
An overtime would be a nightmare scenario for the Monkeys because they know that that further emphasizes the one mistake ends everything. It's the golden goal scenario. It is the winner takes all. In certain instances, it would be the end of the series as well. If White Demons can manage to win said overtime, they will take the series, but maybe they can just get it done in regulation. Here come White Demons trying to press the issue. CRR in midfield is going to at least keep this on the Monkeys half, or so I thought. Matane has other things to say about it. Going to clear this one out, and now all of a sudden, Monkeys going to get their own offense as well. The midfield presence here in game number 4 is very different than game number 3. We're seeing a lot of challenges out of mid, a lot of 50-50s that could honestly just go either way. And speaking of going either way, this could be the final game to go in favor of White Demons, but no, they can't get a real shot in. Instead, this one's going to go back out to midfield where it will be highly contested. And I don't think we're going to see a real shot before the end of regulation. No, indeed. We go to overtime. 1-1 for the Monkeys. It's a chance to close out the series. Or, excuse me, for the White Demons, it's a chance to close out the series. For the Monkeys, it is make or break. They have to win this if they want to keep this dream alive.
Oh my word. Oh my word. I love that you mentioned the midfield presence, by the way. That's something I'm definitely going to talk about. We're definitely going to talk about after this game, because this is crunch time for Monkeys. They need to make it happen right now. Arju going off the ceiling, a little bit ambitious, but one mistake could be end all. As Tigray looks for the pass into Dorito, finds him perfectly in the backward, setting himself up for the double tap. Arju, a lot of space that he can try and find. Matane wants the redirect, jumps a little bit too early, Dust can't find the angle, and then Cuxer on the side will patiently waiting for a moment to explode upon the opponent, as it is still Monkeys holding on very well to the defense, but holding on very well in the defense is not really what you want. You need to find that midfield once again and need to pull off shots here, because Dorito and CRR, they're an absolutely lethal duo, but Dorito saves his teammate shot, and now the counter attack from Cuxer is started. Everybody on White Demons already back though.
God, you've got to be kidding me. There is absolutely no way. White Demons, I don't know if that shot was guaranteed going in, but I can tell you one thing. I can guarantee it is not. If you can't get in the way, Matane, no one going to get in the way of this one. 1 minute 13 into overtime. Double touch off the backboard, and we go to game number 5.
Oh my, styling on them. Absolutely lovely. Monkeys bring it to that 5th game. Matane, the attacking power, once again showing exactly why, but the shots, they are out the window. 7 shots for Monkeys, and almost already 7 shots for CRR by himself. 10 in total for White Demons, but it is Monkeys who are more efficient. Bring us to a game 5, and this is going to be a battle and a half in this final game. Here we see the replays once again. A few phenomenal opportunities used by both White Demons and the Monkeys, and well, now let's just talk about that midfield presence. You mentioned it, so you can go ahead and explain it as well.
Well, the whole point of it is basically that before this, we saw a lot of back and forth, that ping-pong play style we had mentioned earlier, where teams don't really possess the ball. They kind of just smack it back and forth as hard as they can, wait for a good opportunity to arrive, and then once that opportunity arrives, they really do the most with it. When you get this midfield presence, what you do is you force those opportunities to arrive. You create them for your own team by keeping that pressure up, consistently putting these teams into awkward positions, and that's what happened there throughout that entire game, to be honest, for both sides. They were making sure to keep the possessions going, to extend them for a period of time, and just keep that pressure up. The question is who's going to be the first one to break here in game number 5, because we took this one all the way to overtime for game number 4. If we go back there for game number 5, I will not be surprised, but the one thing that will surprise me is whoever comes out on top. Euphoria, this is going to be a classic. We are down to 1 game. Winner takes all. They move on to the next series. The loser goes home in round 1 of the BS+ Competition Invitational. This is going to be a legendary game, and I cannot wait to get into it.
And the first series of today as well. Now, Arju wants to take it out to the side. Cuxer had a better angle, but it's Arju still pinching it through. Dorito looks for the pass to CRR. Dorito and CRR, they have been an absolutely lethal duo, and then with Tigray there to kind of be the backbone of the entire structure. Cuxer almost, well, not linking up with Arju whatsoever there, and almost own-goaling, or at least got too far for my personal liking. Now Arju, that was cleared out to the side, but here we see White Demons once again taking that midfield presence, having the pressure up and cranking the kettle, constantly generating pressure on the opposing side, and at some point the kettle will burst.
Some point it's gonna have to. That's usually the way that it goes. If you just keep taking shots at a net, eventually something's gotta drop, and I thought that might be the one. CRR not gonna get this shot, but Tigray will at least get one on target. Cux comes through and gets the save, and once again, the offense has been spectacular today, but I feel like we have to highlight the defense a little more. The amount of on-the-line saves I've seen is just ridiculous.
Yeah, I thought when Arju flipped out of the way there, that was it. That was curtains. White Demons up 1-0, but it was still a player behind by the name of Cuxer. Now it's CRR in the defensive end, wanting to pose up against Arju. Matane to trickle it down into the hands of Cuxer. That will be a Dorito in the way of it, absorbing that trickle. Cuxer wanting to get out. It's looking a little bit uncomfortable. He manages to regain control of his car. Matane wants to pass into the center, then hunt CRR down, but Arju was a little bit too far out. Once that won't be an opportunity for Monkeys. Instead, it will be White Demons going down the opposing end. A decent shot coming through. That's not a decent shot, but maybe an extension onto the backboard. Tigray, everybody's just waiting on the side of Monkeys, and White Demons have not been able to capitalize. Dorito now from the edge of the box also sends one, but Cuxer once again gets in the way.
You can just tell by the way that these two teams are playing, it's going to have to be something spectacular to open up this scoreline. A standard shot will not be enough because it will get blocked every single time. 4 saves already for the Monkeys within the first half of this game, and they don't actually have a single shot to show for their offense, though. Finally, they break out of their half. Finally, they get themselves an opportunity, but can they continue it? Uh-oh, double commit is going to leave Arju in an awkward position. CRR knows it, so he's going to try to link up with Tigray, but the shot just a bit lackluster, not enough power, and Matane gets back to it. But Monkeys struggling with offense right now. Their defense looks phenomenal, but defense is only one half of the game. They need to start getting some shots, and they need to start getting them very soon.
And Monkeys, they're not looking convincing right now as White Demons able to run around the Monkey defense. Monkeys are just a little bit too slow every single time, I feel like, but now Matane wants to have that pop-off play once again, drops it to the center, but Arju and Cuxer did not have faith in it. Arju of the side will make sure that that play is squandered directly. And there's still another opportunity arising for Dorito. Takes it slow. Cuxer sees it. It goes up for the instant challenge. Matane still massive boomer down the pitch. Dorito able to get a touch, but right now we are seeing those game 1 vibes where there are a lot of awkward touches, a lot of weird forces there, and Monkeys, they might just be at the wrong end, but that exact same theory holds for White Demons.
Yeah, that's kind of the big thing here is that there's just so much tension in the air that you don't really know who's coming out on top. We could say that it's going to be one team or the other. I thought it was going to be White Demons as they left that ball very, very exposed on their own half, but luckily enough, I believe it was CRR who got back in time. But again, it's these on-the-line saves that are getting me so nervous in this game right now. It feels like someone's going to make just the littlest mistake, and that's going to be the end of this one.
Yeah, it will be bound to happen. We've already seen a few, but since everybody is playing more defensive, it might just... yeah, usually they're picked up because everybody's playing more defensive, but the team that regains mid-control, that will put on the pressure the entire time, Arju somehow getting absolutely nothing on that flip reset, and this is very much looking like the perfect scenario for us, that is, and that's seemingly a game 5 overtime. Arju needs to make sure that he actually gets a decent touch for that to make it happen, maybe even down the other end. He can create an opportunity for his team once the pass bumps the Rito. Cuxer not able to get a second tap. He is able to get a second tap, but it's not absolutely phenomenal. Turns in quickly. It's going to be slightly wide. The accuracy would have been absolutely a wanted commodity there as it drops into the hands of Arju. Probably going to bang it to the ground. Dorito is not going to let that happen as of right now, but now it will drop to the ground, and it is a game 5 overtime in the first series of today.
Oh my word. Cuxer taking that shot that went wide. I literally felt my stomach drop. You know when you go down a roller coaster and you just feel that drop once you go down initially? Yeah, that exact feeling is what I had as soon as Cux had that shot. I thought we would not be going to this overtime, but it might just be a short one anyways. No, Matane can't get the shot past Tigre. I thought in the middle of my sentence I might be interrupted by the first goal here in this game, but no sir, no such luck. We get 30 seconds into overtime, and this looks to be a battle and a half. I have no idea who's coming out on top. Both these teams are playing phenomenally. Well, one team is definitely playing a lot more offensive, and that is White Demons. They have finally started to show that prowess again. But similarly, Monkeys with 8 shots in the back half of this game. Really an impressive stat in their own right. So at this point, this is going to be anybody's ball game. It's whoever pops off first. And speaking of pop off, I'm still looking to Arju to be that player. He has been that player previously, and as he's gotten better throughout the day, I'm just waiting for that one spectacular goal from him.
Surely at this moment you favor the massive amount of experience on the side of the Monkeys, and that's a phenomenal bump, but it's Dorito equal to it. Young Guns coming through massive once again. Matane with a flip reset off the backboard to be into the hands of the Rito. Arju can't get a favorable 50, and Tigre commits as together with CRR. It's a nice little get together, but not what you want right now. Matane going down the other end, the flick a little bit slacking once again. Monkeys, they've had a great opportunity right there, but directly squandered by White Demons. Matane has another one, but CRR cuts down the angle. It's Monkeys, they do not want to give up this offense. Dorito off the backboard, absolutely no boost in attacks. It will be a weak clear out. Cuxer, can he find the angle? Not if Tigre has something to say about it, as Arju takes it to the side, and that is seemingly at least a little bit of a slowdown of the offense.
Uh-oh, it might be the end of the offense, because here comes CRR sending this one the other way. Dorito there to follow up, but he misses. Tigre has to bail him out, and now all of a sudden sent back into their own half. Well, the one difference we're seeing right now is that White Demons are starting to turn into a defensive team where they don't really care much about that midfield presence. They're looking for that counter-attack. Meanwhile, the Monkeys are pressing the issue on repeat. They're keeping this one very close. They do not want to give any pressure to their opponents, and thus they're just kind of rotating out to midfield rather than rotating all the way back into their own half. And to be honest, I think it's the more beneficial play right now. For some reason, it feels like when these teams are working more quickly, when they are keeping that midfield presence, they are actually more effective. Usually that's the riskier play, but apparently Hypheria, both these teams are excellent enough that they can keep that play up consistently. We are about 50% plus into this game now. Over half a game has been played of regulation in overtime. This one has the chance to go the distance. If we see another ridiculously long overtime in this tournament, I would not be surprised. The question is who comes out on top. Both these teams still look about even as ever.
I always say at the start, oh, I love these scenarios. Game 5 overtime, then we get to them and my heart is just going at a rapid pace. Arju having an opportunity to end it all right here and send White Demons packing, but Dorito does not want that to happen, of course. And Tigre sends it down to the other end. Arju still in a defensive position to catch that and bring it nicely to the side. Get a 50 even. He needed to get that because his recovery would be very slow. CRR gets a touch into the corner. No threat there whatsoever. Matane engaging in the 50 once again. An end-to-end Rocket League will be continued. Cuxer getting past one. Once to get past another one, does indeed do so. Drops to the center. Can he pinch this towards his teammate who was waiting in the box? And seemingly not the case as of right here. Monkeys, they are into the attack, but this might just be the breakaway for White Demons to end it. Arju needs to put in a massive shift right here. Misses the ball completely, but an early challenge from Matane still will hold the attack at least a little bit. Dorito to the center. Nobody there. Everybody is scared. Nobody wants to make a mistake here.
Yeah, everybody's trying to play very patiently, very safely. They do not want to be that player that cost their team the game. And you can understand why. With $5,000 on the line, this really is about as high stakes as you can get in Rocket League right now. And Arju knows that as he tries to dribble this one very patiently on the side. No boost in his tank, can't do much with it. So, White Demon's going to need to do something with this ball. Get it out of their half. Double commit in front of the net has left them vulnerable. This is a chance. It's a mistake out of White Demons. Monkeys, you need to capitalize on the awkwardness, but they will do no such thing. Matane will clear this across the court and now give chances for White Demons to go the other way. CRR wants to be the hero in the sky, but can't quite do so. And we approach 5 minutes here in overtime, almost 100% plus here in this game. 2 games total would have been played, but not if Arju has anything to say about it. Wanted the littlest redirect to put that one on target, but can't find the net, can't find a touch whatsoever. And I think White Demons should now get their own chance at attack here.
I'm gonna call it 10-minute overtime. CRR, insane double tap, crazy angle, shenanigans more. Maybe Cooks are right here in this opportunity. Metain wants to get it and drops towards his teammate, and still RG in control of the pace. Tigri gets it past the Monkeys defense, have been very far out. Almost CRR almost got that, not a double tap, but almost a redirect. Dorito sends it center. Tigri with a shot, and that will be the game ender. It is out of absolutely nowhere, but it's White Demons who move through to the next round.
Dorito just fakes out a touch on the backboard, and Metain, left in no man's land, has to decide whether he wants to go up to block the shot or try to jump out to block the follow-up. Can't do either one of them, and perfectly played. White Demons use their momentum to their advantage and move on to the next round. 1-0 here, 5 minutes of overtime in Game 5. Could not have asked for a better series to start off this day. And again, that is to start the day, Hyperia. We have got multiple series left here, and this is only just the beginning.
I was planning to pack my bags and go home after this. I'm already home, but just to take a little relaxer and, I don't know, do whatever with the rest of my evening, probably be angry at Rocket League. But this felt like it was the end of it. This felt like the final moment, and then that Tigri out of absolutely nowhere pulling through for his team at the perfect time. And what a series that was. Even though Monkeys, they are now forced to go home and miss out on that $5,000. But it is definitely not over for White Demons, because it is winner takes all. Congratulations, you got through. But maybe Monkeys just save time if you go out the next round, White Demons.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty difficult. Listen, at this point, it's not going to get easier from here on out. Like we said, every single one of these teams is extremely close in skill rank. And at this point, it kind of just becomes who pops off on the day. This is why Woke Up Like This, in my opinion, had such a good group stages. It's just because on the day, they were doing so well as a squad. And I think right now, this might just be the moment for White Demons. They played very well in that series. That was a very good game. And the question is now, how far do they make it? We're not going to be able to tell you guys, because we're only here for the first round of this, but later on, we're going to have some friends hop in the booth that will take you guys through the semifinals and then grand finals. But for right now, we got to focus on this first round still. That is only series number 1 for this first round. If you guys wanted to see what else is going on here, !BStream in the chat will bring up the Coliseum GG, another channel where all of this is being streamed and where another competition went on. Speaking of competition, BS+COMPETITION faced off against Rix in another Game 5 scenario, where unfortunately BS Plus has lost this competition. They are out now, and Rix will move on to face Monkeys in this next round. But like I said, Hyperia, we've got more first round play to focus on here. Next up is going to be Woke Up Like This versus Sandrock Gaming, and I honestly could not be more excited to get into this one. But I think, unfortunately, we're going to have to take a little bit of a break, get everything set up, but it shouldn't be a long one. When we return, we are right back to the action. We are right back here in this first round of the playoffs. You guys are not going to want to miss it. Stay tuned. We will be back in just a couple of moments.
This is all a dream, but when I wake up, look around, this isn't even make-believe. So I sit in a corner thinking back to all the memories. I grew up with these fake beliefs, by the time I find a remedy. I don't wanna make you feel bad, but you kinda ruined my life. You hurt me and ruined my life. And I don't wanna make you feel bad, but you kinda ruined my life. You hurt me and ruined my taste in dunes and everything you ooze. match the tempo of your beat. You bleed a melody. No one can control that old time rock and roll. No rule of gravity. And hey, can I follow you back to your room, watching you bloom in the light of the moon? Can I follow you back to your arms, wash it all off in the river of your heart? There's a million different songs that I learned to sing, watching you bloom in the light of the moon. Your loneliness will never be lost on me, so reach out and love and don't be a stranger. Don't be a stranger. Turn up the stereo, the sound is taking hold. You dance like no one sees, a private galaxy. The music of your soul, a symphony composed. Your words are wasted on me. Can I follow you back to your room, watching you bloom in the light of the moon? Can I follow you back to your arms, wash it all off in the river of your heart? There's a million different songs that I learned to sing, watching you bloom in the light of the moon. Your loneliness will never be lost on me, so reach out and love, don't be a stranger. Can I follow you back to your room, watching you bloom in the light of the moon? Can I follow you back to your arms, wash it all off in the river of your heart? There's a million different songs that I've learned to sing, watching you bloom in the light of the moon. Your loneliness will never be lost on me, so reach out and love and don't be a stranger. You got me thinking all I did was wrong. Guess you got all you wanted. Yeah, I don't know why suddenly you're gone. You'll never be forgotten. Pretending no one is to blame. Too late to reignite our flame. How did I not see you running? How did I get left behind? How did I not see this coming? Guess all you left me run. Guess all you left me run. Guess all you left me run. How did I not see you running? How did I get left behind? How did I not see this coming? Guess all you left me blind. How did I not see you running? How did I get left behind? How did I not see this coming? Guess all you left me blind. In retrospect, I could have paid attention. I could have tried harder, been smarter. Deep water, I'd be drowned. I should have felt the tension. I overreacted and acted childish, impacted us all around. When you were pushing me away, I should have tried to give you space and get out of your way. How did I not see this coming? You leaving one day. Pretending no one is to blame. Too late to reignite our flame.
everybody, and welcome back to the BS Plus Competition Invitational. My name, once again, is Bass on the Pass, and joined alongside me for the second time here today is my co-caster, Hypheria. And Hype, we are halfway through this first round of playoffs. We have gotten 2 results already, 2 teams moving on. It is going to be White Demons as well as Rick's GG. And now we're going to find out the other 2 teams. Currently, one stream going on here on the BS Competition channel, another one on the Coliseum GG, !B stream in chat, if you want to go check that out. But the matchup we've got for you lovely folks on this A stream is going to be Sandrock Gaming versus Woke Up Like This. 2 squads which we have some questions for, to be honest. Woke Up Like This, a team that at their peak are unstoppable. Sandrock, a team that at their floor don't always seem to keep up with competition. So we're going to have to see what type of teams we have here today. How excited are you for this second matchup, my friend?
Well, there are eyes on Sandrock Gaming, which always is going to make it an interesting match. There are a lot of eyes on Sandrock Gaming. How are they going to perform? And we've got 2 basically unproven squads here. One because they're newer, and the other one because they haven't really had they haven't had the chance to play in RLCS competition, purely because they're from another region. So Sandrock, they did not do that great in the group stage. They went 1-2, and it Woke Up Like This went 2-1 after a very dominating victory against SK, where SK played their hearts out, of course, as we all saw. But Woke Up Like This, they gained a lot of momentum from that and showed it during the later stages of that same round robin. So I have no clue where this is going to go.
Yeah, this one's a little bit up in the air for me as well. It's a bit of a coin toss here. Like I said, it's about the form we see these players in here today. That's a lot of how Rocket League is. On a day, you can do really well and just pull your team to victory. The question is which one of these 2 teams wants to be that savior? Who wants to be that hero? Who wants to be that player that propels them all the way to that grand finals and possibly for that $5,000? I'm going to honestly make a bold prediction here. I really do think that this is going to be Woke Up Like This' game. For one reason and one reason only. Last time I saw Sandrock play, they actually lost to another team. They got 2nd place in the overall tournament. And the reason they did is because the team they played up against was actually comfortable with the play style and pace of play that Sandrock set. A lot of teams cannot keep up with the speed at which Sandrock plays. They have that title of the fastest team on the planet for a reason. They are extremely quick around the pitch. But one team that I think can keep up with that speed is going to be Woke Up Like This. All 3 of those players are super, super offensive, are super quick around the pitch. And while certain teams might get flustered by that Sandrock style, Woke Up Like This, I don't think is going to be one of them.
Yeah, so a shout out to the fans of Sandrock, though, because they are incredibly creative, because every time Sandrock do end up losing, they instantly make up an excuse as to why. So it would be something like, yeah, but Aqua a week ago stubbed his toe on the couch, and now he's got a little bit of a resentment towards that couch, and his dad wanted to move that couch into his room, so was sitting behind him, and that scared him a little bit and put him off in his game. Obviously all jokes, but Sandrock, they need to keep on proving themselves at pretty much every single opportunity, every single chance that they have to show themselves on stream. They need to take it, because there are a lot of eyes on them.
Yeah, there are a ton of eyes on this team, and for a good reason. They do represent their region incredibly well. They take great competition and do great things when they are in events like this. But unfortunately, it's now or never for these teams. It's time for them to figure out what they can do here in a tournament like this. I'm hoping that they're going to have the capabilities to really show us an incredible series, but we have to find out. It looks like the players are going to be hitting the pitch right about now. I think we've given them the go-ahead. As soon as they do hit the pitch, we are ready to go. Indeed, they have done it. Sandrock Gaming in the blue, Woke Up Like This in the orange. We've got game number 1 of this best of 5. Winner moves on to the semifinals. Loser, they go home. They have got to pack their bags and head on out. Like I said, I've got my thoughts on Woke Up Like This. I think most likely they're taking this one, but we're going to have to find out. This is going to be a battle nonetheless.
Absolutely, Sandrock, a incredibly speedy and mechanical team, but so are Woke Up Like This, so I wouldn't be surprised by a clip or 2. Rise maybe kicking us off with a pinch down to the center. Joyo coming in for it as well. It will be off the crossbar. Senzo nicely takes his time, spotted out what Vatira was doing, and goes down the other end. Rise attempts a shot from distance. Khaled and Ahmad committed on it, and then this Joyo can't finish off the open net. Ahmad was taken out, and Senzo wanting to go down the other end, but good luck when you are not on this planet anymore, completely taken out. But this is looking like a very good start for Woke Up Like This.
Yeah, it's a great start for Woke Up Like This. Most teams would come out the gates firing, and all of a sudden they wouldn't really know how to continue after said initial speed. But all of a sudden, Sandrock Gaming look a little bit flustered here. 4 minutes remaining. Woke Up Like This doing a great job of just getting in the way of their opponents. And oh my word, Vatira doing the same thing. I'm realizing that Vatira's changed his name to Vati Kami for the last like 2 to 3 days. And well, apparently it's enough to propel his team to victory. But I was about to say, we might have to start calling him that at some point. For now, we're going to have to call this first goal in favor of Rise from the nuttiest angle off the post.
Joyo is also called Joyo Kami, so I'm not too sure what is going on there. Probably some meme that I'm way too old to understand, and so will you be, because you're obviously a lot older than I am right now. And what is really fresh is Woke Up Like This had taken the 1-goal lead against Sandrock. Khaled looking to go down the other end. Vatira keeping that into the offensive half. Now Ahmad combines with Senzo, or at least wants to combine with Senzo, but Sandrock, they are being put in the defensive half the entire time.
They're getting forced into their own half, and this is not something that these guys were probably expecting, to put it simply. Sandrock are a team that do a great job of keeping up with their opponents purely because of the pace of play. But now all of a sudden, they are scrambling to try and keep up with their opponents here. Woke Up Like This are in control of this game. And again, this is not too surprising. Like I said, if any team was going to be able to handle the Sandrock offense and defense, it was going to be Woke Up Like This, just purely because of their speed. But now the question becomes, can they get it done within this series altogether? 1-0 in favor of Woke Up Like This, but that is not enough of a buffer room to say that they confidently have the game. Oh, but as Vatira goes the other way, he's going to look to try and give his team a little bit of a safety net here. No such luck, though, as Khaled finds some free space out of midfield. And now all of a sudden, it's looking like the pace of play is breaking down. Maybe Sandrock recognized that they couldn't keep up this quick pace. Otherwise, all of a sudden, Woke Up Like This would continue to dominate. So breaking down the pace of play here, maybe not a bad idea, but as we approach the halfway point, still not a single goal on the board for Sandrock.
And also not a lot of opportunities. So Khaled getting credited with a shot there. A beautiful bump from Vatira onto the last defender. And Kami, I just looked it up, it means God. And well, I might say you have a little bit of a complex there, but this time it is completely justified. Bumping Senzo out of the skies to get a 2-goal lead.
My, oh my, 2-0 in favor of Woke Up Like This. This is not exactly what we were expecting from this first game. We really thought, or at least I thought, this would be a tense back and forth, but Woke Up Like This coming out on top and this confidently has got me a little bit surprised here. But it's only game number 1 of the series. These guys have still got a long way to go if they want to try and take down Sandrock Gaming, and it's not going to be an easy task by any stretch of the imagination. 2 minutes left here. They first need to hold on to this lead in game number 1 and give themselves that 1-game advantage. But as they go out to midfield here, it's looking like it's going to be more of a surefire thing. Again, the Woke Up Like This offense is doing such a good job of pressing Sandrock back into their own half and keeping them in these awkward positions.
And now they've only got 90 seconds to try and get out of that awkward position on the side of Sandrock. They need to prove themselves a little bit more here. Senzo going past Rise, but putting himself in the corner, and it will be a difficult shot here for whichever teammate it will reach. And Khaled, oh, it's just beautiful. That's what they can also do. There's still 1 goal behind, but there's at least 1 back.
This is a phenomenal shot. I don't want to take anything away from it, but what on earth was Joyo doing? The only player around the net whatsoever, and he decides to take a leisurely drive straight on out of the goal there, leaves himself vulnerable and leaves the team's net vulnerable. And, well, if you're going to give a shot like that to Khaled, you know for sure he's going to nail it, and he's going to nail the follow-up as well. All of a sudden, Senzo goes for a bump play off of the kickoff, no one home, and Sandrock tie up the game.
1v1 mains, of course, on the side of Sandrock, the air dribble bumps, but also Vatira was air dribble bumping right there, but now Sandrock have pulled it back very, very quickly. And apart from a lot of sand, they also have a lot of hope currently surrounding them. They show absolute greatness right here. And that's Rise once they get out of the defense, of course, because you know Sandrock, they are lethal when they are on point.
Yeah, when Sandrock are ready, they are really one of the strongest teams in all of EU or Middle East. They are just such a good team. The question is again, what type of form do we see Sandrock in today? Because certain competitions, they aren't quite able to live up to the task ahead of them. Certain competitions, they just steamroll. It's really this high and low for the team that separates them from a lot of the other packs here, a lot of the other teams in set packs, excuse me. because they are just that good. They are really such a good team, but they just don't have the consistency of a lot of other RLCS squads. That being said, they are a, oh my word, solid enough team, but maybe I should be highlighting the other squad instead, because all of a sudden, Rise finds himself a second goal, and a banger of a goal at that.
I would like to say at this moment, though, that woke up like this, the first series that we saw from them in this entire tournament, it was something like this as well. Rise scoring a lot of goals, and then it went rapidly downhill. It was a very fast decline. And now Joyo, they are still on the rise, but the bigger you are, the harder you fall. Woke up like this, currently posing themselves up for that. And look at that cheeky demo evade from Joyo as well.
That's a really good play all around here, and now woke up like this, continue to dazzle. They keep showing us why they are a team to not mess with. Again, they came into their group yesterday. We expected them to, you know, not necessarily dazzle us was what they had. We didn't think that they would be all too impressive. We thought they'd have a decent run, but they came out of their group 2-1, basically tied for first place, just one game down, despite having the same game differential as the other team in their bracket. But it's continuing to impress me. They just get better and better every single game, and as they take game number 1 in their favor after allowing Sandrock to tie it and then resiliently taking the back half of the game, woke up like this, showing a lot of prowess and showing a lot of potential for what could be a great run here in the BS Plus Competition Invitational.
Yeah, now with BS Plus already out, you know, there's no rigging whatsoever. That is obviously, as it was from the start, a completely fair competition. Woke up like this. They're making this seemingly a little bit unfair against Sandrock Gaming, though, taking the better of them in this initial game. But what I said earlier already, I want to reiterate very strongly that the last time we saw woke up like this in a dominant position, they managed to completely give it away in the second game.
There is that fact as well. The turnaround from woke up like this was not all that impressive, but at the same time, you always have to wonder if that was just the day. Like we said, it's about how teams perform on that day. Woke up like this might be going into this day with a little bit different of an attitude, understanding that every single game is going to incredibly matter. And while it did matter before in group stages for seeding, here it is win or go home. It's a single elimination bracket. You cannot afford to take losses that are unnecessary here. So woke up like this, getting a 1-0 start in the series is absolutely huge for them. A 2-0 start would be even bigger, and they're going to absolutely aim for that in game number 2 here. Looks like game number 2 is just about ready and underway. The question becomes, what type of team do we see out of woke up like this, and what type of team do we see out of Sandrock? Because Sandrock definitely did look better in the back half of that game. They started to find their footing as time went on.
Yeah, they started to find their footing a little bit more, but the ground underneath can always be a treacherous enemy. It's something you don't want to be holding onto. You want to solidify yourself directly, make sure you have a steady footing the entire time, because the inconsistency is what usually is the worst for pretty much every team. If you don't find the consistency like Joyo does right here, that means that you're going to be looking at a very odd game.
Well, this is a little bit unfortunate for Sandrock Gaming, as they did have Ahmed Badik, and he just couldn't get to the ball. Woke up like this, going to take a 1-0 lead here within 20 seconds, and that is not going to bode well for Sandrock Gaming. They needed momentum in their favor. They needed a strong start here in game number 2, and as Khaled gets beat in the air because of a 50-50, it's continuing to go from bad to worse here for Sandrock. They are not finding their usual offensive prowess. They are not finding their usual flow. Again, part of the reason we usually are so complimentary of Sandrock is the fact that all 3 players have the ability to pop off at any moment, and right now it doesn't really look like any 3 of the players are ready to pop off. Instead, it's looking like woke up like this already for that. Shots coming out of nowhere. Vatira trying to press the issue as he sees an open net and forces Khaled to scramble back into his own half. 1 minute into this one, and Sandrock Gaming still look very awkward on the pitch in very unusual ways.
And they need to try and figure that out directly. Obviously, they've got 4 minutes in this game, but I think it woke up like this managed to bring this to a third game where they are on match point already. As Khaled passes it to Ahmad. And turns it into the opponent, gives it away, and Khaled's still in the midfield. Rise now leaves a lot of space for Senzo, or at least Joyo Kami did. And Vatira wants to get it out. It's still Joyo wanting to go down the other end. It's a decent touch to get past one, but the recovery was slacking. The recovery of the recovery was therefore phenomenal afterwards, and he managed to get something going while Ahmad lands on the top of Senzo, and that attack is halted.
Attack is halted for now, but all of a sudden this midfield presence continuing to pop up. It's something we had mentioned in series number 1. It's something we're going to reiterate here in series number 2 because, oh my word, I was going to say it's so important, and someone who understands the importance of midfield is going to be Senzo. Recognizes his teammate doesn't have a clean shot, so hey, I'll come through and do it for you. This is a just perfect touch. It doesn't have a lot of power, doesn't have necessarily insane placement, but it's perfectly over the head of the defenders, and Sandrock right back into this one.
Joyo playing waiting simulator for a hot second there, and thus being outsped by his opponent. Now Senzo might just take the lead. Open net, he's not going to miss that any day of the week. And that will be Sandrock in the lead for the first time this entire series. And let's see what they do from here.
This is huge for Sandrock. This is a lot of momentum in their favor. This is a great turnaround out of them, but the unfortunate truth is that there are 3 minutes left in this game, over half the game to be played. And Woke Up Like This have looked poised to take a second goal at some point, and if Ahmad's just going to pass it to them, it might just give them some extra help there. Not the greatest touch around the net, as all of a sudden back out to midfield it goes, and Woke Up Like This I thought would have possession, but no, Ahmad getting in the way just immediately rushes the challenge, and maybe this is the difference. Woke Up Like This had been given space before to set up some plays. Maybe Sandrock are just going to start rushing their opponents and not giving them the necessary space anymore.
I want Ahmad to score an absolute ridiculous clip. I've seen him do it in the Salt Mine already, and now I want to see him do it here as well. Really prove his mechanical prowess. And he does have a lot of speed on his teammate there. Khaled managing to outpace the opponent, but it's still Woke Up Like This in control of the ball, not in control of the pace anymore though, since Khaled can take control of that ball. Senzo to the side he goes. Vatira wants to pass into Joyo. It's a little bit of an awkward one, thus the shot will be very weak, very thimble, and torn apart directly, devoured by the Sandrock defense, and turned into a counter-attack.
Turned into a counterattack, but can they capitalize upon it? O'Callaghan going to be the last one coming through here, and he will not. Rye's going to make the save, and then all of a sudden, they're going to go the other way with this one. Again, Woke Up Like This, continuing to dazzle here today. They're doing a great job on both offense and defense, but unfortunately, they find themselves down by 1. Maybe not. No, Rise can't get past the last defender, and all of a sudden, Woke Up Like This have to retreat into their own half. Unfortunate circumstances as they're not going to get scored upon. I thought O'Callaghan had an open net, but a little too awkward of an angle, and they'll have to retreat into defense as well. But again, Woke Up Like This are coming so close to getting that second goal. Instead, it's Senzo who continues to put his team on his back. This is a hat trick from Senzo in one of the most incredible fashions. What a redirect.
Absolutely amazing, just to bedoink it up a little bit for Sandrock Gaming, and now a 2-goal lead. The Sandrock Gaming fans are cheering them on. They have had one more minute and 16 seconds to try and hold on to this, but Rise will obviously try and dent that, at least try and get something back. Vatira can't quite get the shot now. It's Ahmad off the backboard. No second touch coming through from him. Then Rise is still in the box, waiting patiently for a pass to receive, but he can't head it into the goal. And then Khaled wants to go down the other end. Vatira with an early challenge. They are trying like everything to keep it in the offensive half, but Ahmad with a flip reset brings it to the other side. Woke Up Like This, they need a goal, and they need it quickly.
Yeah, they need to give themselves something so that they can try and just keep this game within reach. Right now, it is too far out of hand. They are down by 2 with only 40 seconds remaining. 1 goal would give them the confidence necessary to maybe score that second, but that is a lot easier said than done. And as the 30-second warning comes up here, it's looking bleaker and bleaker for Woke Up Like This. Sandrock Gaming, will have to hold on for at least 1 more second, though. Here comes Joyo, but he can't get the touch. Unfortunately, it's just a bit off target, and that will, I think, seal the deal here. Even if Sandrock don't score in this possession, there is not enough time left for Woke Up Like This. Woke Up Like This had a chance to go up 2-0 in the series on a Sandrock team that looked a little bit asleep, but they have woken up and taken game number 2. All tied up in this series, and once again, this is another series that feels like it's slated for an inevitable Game 5.
And every single time I see Sandrock go up to the skies and go for the flip reset and they don't pull off a perfect one, I'm a little bit confused, because I come to expect such high expectations mechanically for them, and if I'm even confused, I don't know what the Sandrock haters will think. Oh my god, he didn't pull off a triple flip reset. Lamau, Sandrock washed. And that is the quality mechanically that they set. If they don't pull it off perfectly, then all of a sudden it's bad out of them. But they are starting to realize a little bit more that those mechanics don't get you everywhere, and sometimes a good team play is the way to go.
Yeah, this is something I think you and I have spoken on probably too many times to count when it comes to bubble scene play in general. This is a bit further than bubble scene. At this point, these are all professional teams through and through, but bubble scene teams seem to have that mentality. I'll say rather often, just to be kind with my words here, but they really do have this mentality of if I can just out-mechanic my opponents, all of a sudden I'm going to win. That is, in my opinion, almost never the case. It is more often than not, your smarts and your IQ for Rocket League is going to win you games. There's the reason why players like Garrett G, Turbo Pulsa, I would say to a degree, Cucks on the last team, are players that you want to look up to. They know what they're doing, they know their roles, and they know how to play as an influential player in the field, even if they don't necessarily have insane mechanics. Not to say that any of those three players' mechanics are bad. But that's sort of the point here, is that mechanics can win you certain instances. Your intelligence is going to win you games, it's going to win you series, and I think that Sandrock are starting to recognize that. They've got some very heads-up players, and now they're going to try and use those players in game number 3 here, give themselves a lead on the series, and, oh my word, Senzo continuing to try and be that offensive presence that Sandrock are looking for.
Yeah, Ahmad wants to center it now as well. Senzo has been a massive importance in that attack inside, but now so Khaled just using Rise as a little bit of a wall to pinch it in, as Sandrock, 20 seconds in, are already up by 1 goal. A beautiful play out of a Khaled to send them in the lead.
Oh my word, this is not good for Woke Up like this in any way, shape, or form. They needed momentum in their favor. They needed a way to try and slow down their opponents in Sandrock Gaming, but I don't think they've done that, and all of a sudden they might have just given the fire necessary for Sandrock to run this series. They are up by 1 with 30 seconds gone here in this game, and they are pressing the issue like no other. Back on offense yet again. Question is can they do anything with it? No, unfortunately. This one's going to clear it out to midfield, and again, midfield presence hasn't actually been as big of a factor here in this game as I might have expected, Hypheria, but eventually it's going to have to be formed at some point.
Some point, but whether that will be in this series or whoever wins this, it will take it as a little bit of a thank you, Bass. We'll take that into the next series. We're going to find out. Joyo wants to at least find out whether he can score a goal here. It won't be him, but it also won't be his teammate Vatira. He is blocked by Senzo. Phenomenal defense out of the Sandrock side, holding on. I love to see that, a little bit of coherency in that defensive position. No coherence whatsoever on the attack from Woke Up like this, and because they were bumping into each other. Rise needs to drop it down. Khaled whips it wide, and Vatira, they keep it in. Woke Up like this, we've seen them in this position before. Vatira wants to go underneath, forces it underneath 1, but that will be at the end of that attack as Senzo clears it out.
Cleared out, and all of a sudden it's going to have to be a restart here for Woke Up like this, but they don't look too uncomfortable. Oh, well, I was going to say they don't look too uncomfortable in that scenario. They don't look uncomfortable going back as Rise gets an easy demo on Senzo and will clear out any dangers that might arrive. Joyo takes a shot on the other end, but once again, Woke Up like this, having difficulties trying to penetrate this defense for Sandrock Gaming. Sandrock are playing very well here, and a lot of the reason is that they're just getting in the way of Woke Up like this. No one in the way this time, but the shot is off target. Vatira puts that one a bit wide, and unfortunately, you can't afford that here in this type of scenario. Every single shot has to count, and every single shot has to be on target. Down by 1 with the halfway mark approaching. Woke Up like this need to get a goal and need some sort of momentum in their favor.
Yeah, but it's bound to happen. I don't think this 1-goal lead is going to stand. It Woke Up like this. They've been preying on the attack the entire time, getting a good opportunity. Senzo combining with Ahmad purely by posing his car in a certain angle. Thus, Senzo can use it as a ball, or Ahmad can use it as a wall, rather. Now, Rise, what can he do solo with 20 boosts? Probably not too much. Khaled, that's not the greatest clear out, though. He needs to drop into the way of Vatira. Does indeed do so, but Sandrock, their counterattacks have been far from amazing. And as once again Woke Up like this, just continuing the attack. It's almost a perpetual state of just attacking for Woke Up like this, but they have yet to break through.
Yet to break through here. This really is going to be one of these things where, oh my word, I was going to say, eventually something has to drop. And, well, Hypheria, you and I have been saying it all game after so many shots here for Woke Up like this. 8 shots versus the only 1 shot for Sandrock Gaming. Something had to drop. 2 minutes left here in the game, and finally Woke Up like this, find the back of the net, give themselves a chance to get back into this series after finding so little momentum for most of this game.
Maybe they can find a little bit of momentum off of an individual play. Senzo with an early challenge is going to be send to the wrong side. Khaled, that's also not the greatest clear. Sandrock slacking in the touches, and Woke Up like this try to capitalize on them every single time, but also failing a little bit to do so there. And they keep it in the attacking half, want to pray for that perfect opportunity, and it might just not arise. And then Sandrock, they create an opportunity for themselves, and all of a sudden they're leading right back into the same position. Rise touches it forward on Ahmad with a phenomenal touch to send it clear. Rise messing up Vatira completely, but Senzo is so far out, and so is O'Khaled, so there's no attacking prowess there from Sandrock, and they're right back to defense.
Sandrock all of a sudden looking kind of vulnerable with their defense. They used to have a pretty good strategy when going into offense and, you know, really having some sort of idea of how to retreat, but now it just looks like panic every time they go back. But speaking of panic, I was going to say, speaking of panic, the defense seemingly has no idea what to do to contain everyone from Sandbox, and they still have no idea. They might have saved the first one, but they can't save this one. Senzo with a flip reset and an assist from his teammate. The demo in the net was perfectly timed, and the flip reset was beautiful. Sandrock back on top.
And is this food that I ordered at an Asian street vendor? Because this is way spicier than I expected, and I am almost burning my mouth here. Senzo now wants to go to the other side. Vatira sends it up to the sky. O'Khaled did his final 50 seconds. Demo galore on both sides. Now, long distance shots might just find his way in. Ahmad makes a pivotal save. Sandrock, they need to hold on to defense here.
They need to hold on, but that is a lot easier said than done. Woke up like this, are furious. They want to try and get themselves back into this game. Vatira looking to do it solo, but can't get past Senzo. Good challenge from O'Khaled, forced a touch out of Vatira, and Senzo was ready there waiting. But unfortunately, it's not the end of the offense here. Sandrock have got to hold on for another 15 seconds if they want to take this game and take a 2-1 lead on the series. No one challenges in the corner, though. Joyo and Rise both a bit too hesitant, and that might just seal the deal in this game. No one wants to be that player who makes the mistake that cost them the final possession. But unfortunately, all three players being hesitant might just do it on their own. Senzo going to try and spike this one down, but he will not. Joyo actually going to keep this up. Rise going to be there for the shot, but it's off target. And Sandrock, in the narrowest of fashions, will hold on and take game number 3.
That was ridiculous. Ahmad almost own goal that. Had he driven forward a little bit more, Ahmad with a quick reaction, even on high ping or higher ping than usual, instantly veers off to the right, swerves away from the own goal, and that will give the win to Sandrock here for this game. The series far from over. They still need one more, and with the performance that Sandrock just had, don't think that they will be able to pull off another one. It is definitely Sandrock who... They post up greatly in defense, thus getting 10 saves, but woke up like this. As soon as they actually start hitting more of their 13 shots, yes, that's right, 13 shots is in total what they had, it will be a completely different game.
Yeah, we mentioned this yesterday. While it's great to have a low shot total with high efficiency, that's not something you can really replicate on repeat. Something you can absolutely replicate on repeat is at least taking shots on target and keeping that pressure up. At 13 total shots versus the 5 shots from Sandrock Gaming, woke up like this, overwhelmed their opponents with offense. They just need to start getting more lethal shots. They need to start having shots that are aimed at the top corners, that are aimed off the bar, that are a little bit riskier, because I'll be honest, I'd rather see a shot go off the bar and out than a shot go straight to a defender who is just waiting in net. So, woke up like this. My recommendation for you in this game is to just start taking more shots on target. You guys were taking rippers. You guys were taking great stuff, but maybe play it a little bit more risky. Try to slot it into the corners and see if you can break the Sandrock defense.
And the Sandrock defense holding incredibly strong. That is definitely the rock in the Sandrock that was standing there. But now it is potentially the final game for Woke Up like this, as it does get to their corner. A little bit of safety. And Senzo wants to keep it going. Rise obviously wants to keep it going towards the other side. And that will be a straight drop down for O'Khaled. Oh my word, Vatira realized that only barely in time and manages to get in the way of it. A double 50. Senzo just takes on anyone that he wants to. Ahmad now engaging in a 50 as well. Joyo being a little bit quicker than O'Khaled. And Senzo in the defense, he's been absolutely everywhere and also getting it right out of that defense position. Senzo putting in massive work.
Yeah, Senzo really has been the MVP today, and after a lackluster performance yesterday, I think it's got to feel really good to just show off and show to everybody why he is one of the most reliable thirds in Rocket League. A lot of people tend to talk about O'Khaled and Ahmad when it comes to Sandrock Gaming, but Senzo deserves all the credit in the world. He really is such a solid player, and to see this, offensive performance from him here today has, oh my word, really, I was going to say had me stunned and absolutely awe-shocked, but I'm going to be honest, I'm a little bit more shocked that Khaled missed that shot. It is rare that Khaled misses a shot like that.
And that's what we come to expect out of Sandrock. Khaled now off the backboard. Maybe he can redeem himself off of Tiro. Make sure that does not happen at all. Well, you wanted to see it. You would rather see it on the bar rather than at a defender. But there was no defender anywhere in sight. No, wherever. And that was a bad miss by Ahmad.
I don't know what to say. I'm sitting here with my hands on my knees as I'm just sort of crouched over, staring at my screen, trying to process what we just saw. All of a sudden, Sandrock apparently don't know how to shoot here. They take 2 shots that go off target on basically open nets, the both of them. And like I said, usually the strikers you look to for Sandrock are Khaled and Ahmad. Instead, it's Senzo who apparently has to make all the goals today because his teammates just can't hit the back of the net.
Oh my word, Senzo, as you mentioned, it was in a very peculiar situation. Joyo making Khaled out of this existence, ending that open net misery for a second. And they will be right back to it. Joyo flip reset. He's got some mechanics in his march as well. It's Khaled who gets in the way of it. Now it still drops to the center. Vatira takes his time, wants to rip one on target. It's going to be wide. Vatira with a double damage. Joyo, he also can miss open nets. Rise, is he going to miss an open net as well? No, he does not. And it is woke up like this to open up the scoring.
And that is huge for them. Getting in the lead here in game number 4 might just secure them game number 5, because with just underneath half the game left and so few goals being scored, Sandrock are going to not only have to press the issue here for these last couple minutes, they are going to have to hope and pray they do not lose this game, because they lose this one. Woke up like this not only continue the series, but they continue the series with momentum in their favor. 2 minutes, 12 seconds left here on the clock. Woke up like this trying to get something started from midfield here, but struggling to do so. But with the Senzo miss out of midfield, it's going to leave Ahmad in his own space. Going to have to try and do this one solo, and Joyo will not allow for an easy clear. Senzo does get it, but again, Sandrock starting to feel the pressure of this woke up like this offense.
Ooh, now Ahmad places it in the bottom left corner, and Sandrock equalize it once again. They seem to make use of their opportunities. In this case, what a 50 by Khaled to the center as well. And another side note as well, we see Coliseum coming over here. That obviously means the other side of the bracket has been concluded, or the match below us, which is German Amigas versus SK. German Amigas won 3-1, but this is probably going to go to game 5.
Well, you say probably. We're not quite there yet. With just about 100 seconds left in a 1-1 scoreline, all Sandrock really need to do is get one more goal, because I think we're down to that scenario once again. It's golden goal scenario. The next team to score is most likely taking it, and Joyo knows that for himself. Tries to fake out the last defender on the line. Can't quite do so, and we continue with this 1-1 scoreline. It seems like you either have to have the best goal of your life or it's not hitting the back of the net. Even some clever shots are being stopped by both of these defenses.
I feel like a ridiculously easy shot might just be the one to score it, because these players, they've had such high expectations of each other that you only can score in the most ridiculous fashion. As Senzo clears it wide, this is a matchup, and once again, it is the first round matchup of today. Plenty of Rocket League still to come, but now it's Ahmad wanting to go down the other end. Joyo centers it with a beautiful ceiling pinch. Khaled first to it though, and Rise, that's not the greatest clear out. Senzo has an opportunity. Joyo rips that wide directly, wants to clear it away. Now Rise in that attacking position, throws it to the other side. Khaled is going to take a controlling touch. Vatira with a direct challenge. It's going to go over the ball. Khaled still a very phenomenal 50. Ahmad being bumped out. We're going to go into those final 30 seconds, and it is going to be intense.
And now, if you didn't believe me before, you're going to have to believe me now. This truly is golden goal scenario. The next team to score is most likely going to take this game. And for Sandrock, that's a chance to close out this series altogether. They score right here, right now. They will finish this series off, take a 3-1, and move on to the next round. For Woke Up like this, it is backs against the wall. It is their chance at survival here in this tournament. And, they're going to have to survive for at least one moment longer, because here comes Sandrock trying to keep this ball up. But maybe not the greatest idea, because now actually this is a chance for Woke Up like this to go the other way. Senzo and Khaled both pre-jump for that. And I think that this one should, no, not hit the ground. Vatira actually decides to keep that one up. A bold decision. Senzo going to make a less bold one. Let this hit the ground and let fate decide it. 1-1 overtime. One goal separates the two of these teams. Winner of this one could be the team to take the series. Sandrock would love to get it done here, but Woke Up Like This will not back down.
Not whatsoever. They're going to go at this full pace. So Khaled, now you see Vatira, he's learned his lesson, does an early challenge, and gets the better of Khaled in that exchange, but it's still in the defensive half of Woke Up Like This. Not a great 50, but then Khaled misses the ball completely as well, puts himself out for a hot second, but then is in the perfect position to challenge it once again. Boost management looking on point for both teams. And Woke Up Like This, they're attempting to fake it underneath very often, and right now they're attempting to fake each other out as he gets 50 to the center. Joyo able to take a touch, but Vatira needs to extend it to the backboard. No boost in the tank for Woke Up Like This whatsoever. Nowhere to be seen. And then all of a sudden, Sandrock might just run away with this as we're 1 minute into overtime.
Oh my word, this overtime has been about as tense as ever. Both teams really showing the prowess that they have. And Rise, I think, is about to finish this one. Oh, no way! Are you serious? Woke Up Like This. Too much intricacy on the goal. My voice is about to give out because I'm about to scream if you give me the option. How on earth are we still going on?
How did that happen? Rise is going to be kicking himself for that. Well, not as of right now because they still have the game to play. This match is still going on. Ahmad off the backboard. Going to meet Rise in the air, but he might just be a little bit flustered off of that one exchange, off of that one miss. That could have sent his team to game number 5. Keep them in the race. Vatira now in an awkward position where he needs to challenge Ahmad, but it's an awkward challenge. No, he is going to be beat as it drops down to the center. Senzo to the other side. Quick counter attack could have proved to be absolutely lethal, but Vatira is going to try and prove that on the other side. Woke Up Like This, they are all guns blazing right now, but will it be enough?
I am speechless right now. For the first time all day, I truly have nothing to say about that last play. Woke Up Like This, should have finished this game off, should be done with this one altogether, and instead, they're going to lose the series in 4. Counterattack, Senzo gonna get the good 50-50, flicks this one up high, and Khaled will finish this off. Sandrock Gaming are your winners here. We'll move on to the next round, and Hyperia, I'm gonna let you take this from here. I don't know what to say about that ending.
Rise, he's not going to be happy with that whatsoever. Obviously, it's a very hard double tap to be hitting, but at the same time, the communication should have been there. Rise, if you're going to go for the double tap, you have to be 100% certain, but right now, Rise, he just will be so sad because of that loss. His teammate was in the right position, and I feel for them. I feel for us. I feel for everybody watching. Because if you're a neutral viewer, you would have loved for this to see it go to Game 5 and have more "We Love Fortnite" being spammed in chat by absolutely everyone.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. Listen, it's a great way for that one to end. A heartbreaking loss, but it really was the action we were hoping for. The unfortunate truth, though, is that there's only one winner, and at the end of the day, if you make mistakes like that, your team is going to lose. There's no two ways about it. We are at such a high level of competition that you need to be hitting shots like that, and it unfortunately, like you said, when it does not get communicated effectively that, hey, I don't have this shot, it's going off target, get ready for the follow-up. If that's not communicated effectively enough, you're going to most likely lose the series. And unfortunately, that is what happened here for Woke Up Like This. They had a heck of a game. They had a heck of a series, but the unfortunate thing is just one mistake can be costly, and they found that out the hard way. Sandrock move on to round number 2, to the semifinals of this tournament. And, Hyperia, we've got the semifinals set. All 4 teams for the semifinals are set here, which means that our job is done and dusted. That is the end for you and I, my friend. We had the pleasure of casting since the beginning of this tournament. We were one of the 2 teams to intro this one. We are one of the 2 duos to now outro this one on day number 3. But for the true and proper outro, we're going to leave you guys to Astral and Elliot, who are going to take the back half of this tournament altogether. This has been a blast, though, Hyperia. If the action is anything like this first round, the rest of this tournament is going to be absolutely unreal.
Yeah, it's like Die Hard 5 in here. It's just constant action, constant explosions, and everything going on. But you will have to figure that out. We will be right back. We're going to go to a little break. See you in a bit.
chance to run. Leave behind the said and done. Figure out what's to come. Reasons, all the bigger things I can't ignore. I'm not getting what I came here for. Gotta get ahead of something more. So I think I found a new way out, way beyond a shadow of doubt. 'Cause I can't breathe, and I guess I could be stronger now and leave it up to fate somehow. But I'm doing this for me. Give it up, baby, I'm not fooling anyone. Always going on and on. Can't you keep it to yourself for once? Oh, I think I found a new way out, way beyond your shadow of doubt. And I can't breathe. Oh, I hope you're keeping count of all the times you let me down, and all the things you said out loud, the bullshit I could cry about. And I know we could be stronger now and leave it up to fate somehow. But everything I do for me. We've lost track of time, don't know how to feel, but I'm not sorry. I'm lost in your eyes, are you even real? But don't you worry, I'm not looking for the one, no, I just wanna have some fun. So let's get drunk tonight, 'cause fuck how we feel. But for now, I won't give it all away, 'cause I don't think I'll stay. No, I can't be the only one who doesn't wanna fall in love. Doesn't wanna fall in love. Doesn't wanna feel. Doesn't wanna fall in love. May not see eye to eye, but we can be chill for just this moment. So turn out the lights and let's make a deal to just enjoy it. I'm not thinking about forever. I won't care if we don't end up together. Let's get high tonight, 'cause fuck how we feel, yeah. But for now, I won't give it all away, 'cause I don't think I'll stay. No, I can't be the only one who doesn't wanna fall in love. Doesn't wanna fall. Doesn't wanna fall in love. Oh, yeah.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the final day, Championship Sunday here at the BS Plus Invitational. And we have had some games so far. My name's Topu Elliott, and I am joined by Astral, fresh off the LAN yesterday and now into what is shaping up to be one hell of a final few series. It's going to be an exciting one.
He couldn't last more than a minute, could he, without flexing the lad? He had to rave about it. He couldn't stop him. Wow, what a set of games though those quarterfinals were, especially the top half ones. Monkeys winning in a game 5, Ricks with a reverse sweep. Some crazy games. I think the casters really enjoyed them, and I think the viewers did as well. Great start to the knockout games.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I enjoyed all of them, and some of the quality that we've seen tonight already, especially in those last couple of semis that were just on, is absolutely unreal.
Yeah, mental. And I think how Woke Up Like This didn't get that to a game 5 and ended up throwing and losing to Sandrock is beyond me. But you know what? Sandrock will be absolutely delighted to get through. And Woke Up Like This, that they didn't perform when they needed to at the last moment. Don't take your chances, Elliot. You don't win games.
Well, I don't know how many times we said that, and I don't know how many times we're going to say it again. But from here on out, it's not best of 5s, it's best of 7s, 2 semi-finals and a grand final to crown the victor here this weekend. Winner takes all, $5,000 tournament. The pressure, do you think it's worse in a best of 7?
Almost certainly, I would say. I think it kind of adds up to that as the game extends on. There's been 2 previous matchups between these two teams. Both of them were best of 5s, so 3-2 win for Ricks GG, of course, in Regional Event 2, and then the win yesterday for White Demons, which was 3-1 in the group. It was the only game that White Demons won in the group, and it was their first game as well, so maybe Ricks weren't quite warmed up, but regardless, 1-1 against each other. And all of these teams, of course, as we mentioned off air, from Group B. Nobody from Group A making the semis.
Yeah, absolutely insane. And just to apologize for that, it was still the test server, so there was a 1-goal minimum on it. But yeah, no, semi-final here. Ricks GG White Demons. Who do you give the advantage to? Ricks GG, obviously, fresh off the reverse sweep.
Yeah, but White Demons had a really, really difficult game as well against Monkeys, and clutching up in that 5-minute overtime to take them down was a mental series. And I think both teams will be really fired up. White Demons might have that slight edge, knowing that they beat them yesterday. But of course, we had the discussion before about how much does that group stage actually mean for those teams. Of course, the seeding could play a factor, but I think there's extra motivation tonight, of course, and especially now that we're into a semi-final, everybody wants to get into that final game.
Let's kick things off in our first semi-final. Ricks GG, the team in blue, head-to-head with White Demons, the team in orange. A best of 7 to figure out who's going to be the first team with a spot in the grand final here. Mike Boy in the corner, not going to take it around CRR. Both of these teams pretty warmed up, both with pretty, I don't want to say a comfortable win, actually, especially not for Ricks GG, but they're starting off very aggressively here, Astral, and it doesn't look like their confidence has had any sort of a knock. In fact, I think they're taking that momentum from that reverse sweep straight into this first game here.
Definitely what I would have expected as well with how they played. They were pretty shaky against BS+ at the start, and it looked like BS+ were going to play them off the park. It looked like they were going to get that sweep, but they managed to just about clinch a game or two. I think the first one to get that comeback was a 1-0 win, so there was very little in it, but it really just encouraged them to keep going, and they massively improved on the defensive side of things. And here they are, look at them, the confidence flowing as they come forward and get shot after shot onto the White Demons defense. Maybe a counter chance here if this one drops down in front of goal, but nobody home quick enough to make a final follow-up shot for the White Demons.
Mike Boy clears into the orange corner. Dorito with an extra touch as well. That was something a little bit special. And Ocelon with the whiff in front of net. I don't think anyone in orange saw that coming in time to actually take advantage of it. And now a quick breakaway might see Ricks GG take the lead at the other end, but they're not quite able to. And suddenly, this game gets a lot more aggressive.
Yeah, it's getting quite end-to-end stuff. It started with a bit of domination coming in from Ricks, but now White Demons are getting themselves back into things. CRR already up to 3 saves in just 2 minutes of gameplay. As you see him here trying to push the ball. Dorito will take over it, but Ocelon up with that big, thick NASCAR that just seems to be everywhere on the field at the moment. Oh, an uncharacteristic whiff from Mike Boy, though. Might create an opportunity, and it will. Tigray in the box to finish it. White Demons get the opening goal.
Tigray waiting there, ready to pounce. Nothing doing, is there? There's no chance he's ever going to miss that. 107 straight into the top corner for the first goal of this first game, of our first semi-final of the evening. And that's going to give him a lot of confidence as he moves forward now and straight into possession in the midfield. Manages to get a good bump on Mike Boy there. CRR plays up towards the ceiling. Gets the beat on Cash. Mike Boy's ready to clear it into orange territory. Ocelon with the follow-up. And halfway through, Rick's still looking like they might create a chance at any moment, but don't look as comfortable on defense as the White Demons at the moment.
Yeah, which is an interesting point, because obviously I made the point in the BS competition game that that's kind of what led to their comeback, was strengthening the defensive side of things, but maybe it's more about confidence now. They're feeling more comfortable, and because of that they're more willing to get forward consistently, but it's not helped them on the defense, has it? CRR, I thought, was finding the bottom corner there, but it was just wide of the target as Cash carries things out, and we know how important Cash is to Ricks.GG, bottom of the score at the minute, yet to get over 100 points, and he's going to have an impact if they want to win this series.
Loose ball up in midfield. Tigray and Ocelon both race for it. Tigray comes away with the touch. Dorito on the end of that pass. Mike Boy making a pretty comfortable save in his own bottom corner, and Cash isn't going to be able to get the better of Tigray at the midfield. Dorito with that bounce pass off of the corner. CRR gets a better beat than he thought he was going to. Can't quite turn it on target. And White Demons playing very well, but you know, apart from that one opportunity that they've taken, less on the board right now. 3 shots compared to 5 from Ricks.GG. I think, to be honest, they could really use another goal to give them a bit of security. Yeah,
that chance from CRR dropping down was probably one of the best they've had at the game. I agree with you. I think, you know, they've had less opportunities, but they've had the better opportunities. There comes another one. CRR with the flip reset pushes it through, and he didn't need it. Second time of asking. You asked for a second goal, Elliot. You got one.
Oh, that is naughty, isn't it? Look at that flip reset. Doesn't even touch the ball with it, but it's enough to hold it up. The keeper doesn't know what's going on. And with just over a minute left in game number 1, White Demons were 2-0 lead. Definitely going to be what they wanted coming into this. But, I mean, hey, Ricks.GG had to reverse sweep their quarterfinal match to get it. You don't think they could be on for 2 in a row?
We'll see. They're certainly setting up for that kind of occasion. Cash still not having an impact. It's been a very, very quiet game for him, which is a real shame. Probably the reason Ricks are struggling so much. Tigray with a cheeky touch over the top of Ocelon to stop him getting a shot away, and they might add a third here if there's a follow-up. Cash comes across and bails out Ricks.GG for now, but I just don't see them getting back into this one now. I think they could get a goal back, but 2 goals 30 seconds when they've not scored yet this series so far, it seems a little bit too much to ask.
Dorito, great touch over Cash. The bump is going to allow Ocelon to take control of the ball. Only momentarily, though. Tigray hunts him down. Mike Boy with the clear. Won't be able to squeeze the ball past Dorito in the mid. Cash now with control into the corner, but too little too late as he gets the pass across midfield. Mike Boy's there. Can't bury it because Dorito is there to match it. And White Demons are going to take game 1 here.
Yeah, looks like a solid performance overall for White Demons. I think Ocelon had an initial chance before Mike Boy took that shot because he whiffed it, and of course that just gave time for Dorito to get back and make the save. So good pressure generated from Ricks in the offense, but definitely not clinical enough. 7 shots and couldn't take 1 compared to White Demons only needed 4.
That's exactly what I was just going to touch on as well. 50% shot conversion ratio there for White Demons, who, to be honest with you, didn't, as I mentioned, generate as many chances as Ricks.GG, but were much more clinical, much more precise, and a couple of really, really nice goals there. Nothing too, you know, spectacular, but just solid. Very well worked. And Ricks.GG might struggle if they can't get on the score sheet soon.
Yeah, and I think the saves go to that as well. We see White Demons getting 6 saves, CRR getting 3 as well, half of his team. Ricks only got 2 saves in the entire game, and you know, granted they weren't challenged, but the stats make sense. You know, 4 shots for White Demons, 2 goals and 2 saves. So I think that Ricks have got to sort out this defensive rotation a little bit better, because they're getting forward nicely, not converting their chances, and then getting caught on the counter the other way.
Well, game 2 kicks off here. Ocelon and Dorito up to meet the kickoff. Cash and Ocelon double commit into the corner. Ricks.GG already with a bit of a shaky start here, but it's only 10 seconds in, and they're looking very aggressive. Ocelon play into the corner with the flick. Dorito isn't able to take it out past Mike Boy. Tigray will try his luck, but gives possession straight back to the team in blue. Cash's pass won't quite be followed up in time. Dorito now trying to use every last drop of boost he has to get a touch on that. Manages Tigray with the 50. CRR up to the backboard. Ocelon and Mike Boy jump together, and they do manage to take it into their corner. Cash able to clear, and Rick's GG get away with it.
Yeah, and at the minute you can see why White Demons beat them 3-1 in that group stage game on Friday, because they just seem to have their number right now. They start the next game off and it's no different. White Demons back in the offense. Dorito going for a crazy touch to try and block out Cash. It is a bit of an opportunity for him to come forward here, but no boost, as Mike Boy should put this one in. He does find the top corner. I wasn't sure if it was over the bar, but Ricks do get the lead.
CRR with that touch out to the corner was just a little bit too hasty. Usually the corner's a place of safety, but the touch just a little bit too hard, and capitalized upon very, very well by Mike Boy, who manages to give Ricks their first goal. And I think the fact that it came early on in game 2, I was about to say was a very good thing for them, but I cursed it before I could even finish my sentence.
Not sure if Tigray intentionally missed that or not, but whether he did or not, it works an absolute treat, because Ocelon did not see it going with a follow-up shot from CRR into that bottom left corner. Nothing they could do about it in the end. So Dorito, sorry, a great way to bring them back into the game again. Tigray, perhaps a tactical fake, but yeah, Elliot, getting ahead of yourselves. Rick's quickly in front, and White Demons very quickly back into the game.
Cash closing down Dorito in his own half. Rick's looking to establish that pressure, but White Demons not going to fall for it at all. CRR taking the lead for the White Demons.
So clinical, aren't they, going forward? This 50 perfect from Tigray forces both defenders into a difficult situation, and it's not that difficult from CRR from there. Ocelon's in a horrible position. It's a really difficult one to save, to read that perfectly, and White Demons just taking chance after chance when they come. Going to lose this kickoff though, and Dorito will be last man back, but equal to the challenge. Let's see if Ricks can get anything going from this offensive opportunity. I think Cash was looking towards the middle there, but ends up playing it into the corner as a whiff from Dorito, but shot once again can't be turned on target, and White Demons get it away.
Cash. Oh, lovely car control and ball control there, but he is going to be bumped off of it. Mike Boy's there to follow up and tries to create some space down the wing. Tigray able to close him down. Cash now on the end of that well. And he's going to manage to get another touch as well. Tigray's the only person waiting in the middle, though, and he's able to get it out to CRR, who gets the extra touch past the front post. Ocelon maybe chooses to leave that once he sees that there's no impending threat. And White Demons comfortable to just sit back and hold on to their lead right now by the looks of it.
Yeah, looks certainly that way, and Rick's going to try and throw things forward again, but you know, we saw Ricks have their fair spell of pressure in the last game. It wasn't like, you know, they didn't have offensive opportunities, they just never took them. Dorito trying to force one through, a follow-up shot, the third is good. Tigray gets the job done. All three White Demons players on the score sheet.
A goal per player here. Dorito looking for the bump on Mike Boy, and he does really well to avoid it. But it's not going to stop the team in orange. They are hungry. Halfway through the game, Astral, do you see Ricks turning this one around?
It's not looking great for them so far, is it? They've got plenty of time left. Cash could do them a big favour here by getting one back, but Dorito blocking it out. We saw this, well, a similar performance from White Demons, you know, in Elemental Series. It seems like in RLCS sometimes they struggle, but in these slightly smaller community tournaments full of pro teams, they just come alive. And look at them again here. They're absolutely playing phenomenally against Ricks.
Dorito. I think he was looking for the pass to Tigray, but Tigray didn't want anything to do with it. He's going to track back and defend. 2 minutes left. A 2-goal lead. Definitely comfortable, but they don't want to get too carried away, or they will be punished. Ricks have already proven that they know how to come back from behind once today, and White Demons will have that in the back of their minds as they maintain this lead here in Game 2. Dorito looking for the bump on Cash, and White Demons are really searching for these disruption plays on the blue goal line.
Yeah, they're keeping... But that's kind of the tactic now, just sitting back and then waiting for that counter opportunity, pushing forward, find that disruption or a demo, and it gives you the ability to be more clinical, which is something they have done, and they've not really needed them so far. Rick's getting another spell of pressure, a shot comes here. They tried to disrupt the White Demons players on the goal line, but it didn't work. They were just equal to it. The shots haven't been good enough. They keep aiming it down the middle. They've got to start finding the corners. Cash takes out Dorito, and finally, they found the back of the net through Mike Boy.
Oh, Mike Boy, more like Spike Boy. Look how he comes down on this, straight with the pinch into the goal. That is an angle as well on that kind of improvisational level there for a Mike Boy. He's loving life, and that's going to hopefully give him some confidence moving forward. He's got both of the goals here for Rix. And, well, if anyone's going to carry them out of this slump at the moment here in this series, it's going to be Mike Boy.
Elliot with his terrible jokes on stream once again. But yeah, Rix making a nice comeback here. 1 goal away, got a minute to do it, but they got to make sure they don't concede another one, as CRO had a shot blocked by Ocelon, and they're still looking for, aren't they? Tigre playing it back towards the middle. Cash cleared towards Mike Boy, and maybe this is an opportunity now for them to get forward with this counter. Cash still can't get the read, and Dorito takes it clear once again.
There it is. As soon as you stop talking, Dorito takes it clear all the way down the field and finds the back of the Rix net. Again, only 30 seconds left now, Astral.
I didn't think he'd be scoring there one bit. I saw him getting the ball clear, well and truly, but Rix have got to do a little bit better. Ocelon just does not track that flip reset whatsoever. He didn't see it coming from a mile off. Gave him far too much time and space on the ball, and White Demons, they don't need a second opportunity. They're going to keep punishing. 26 seconds now, a 2-goal lead, and it's looking pretty bleak for Rix once again.
Dorito beats Ocelon, but Ocelon sends him absolutely flying. 15 seconds left in game 2. A 2-goal lead puts this beyond reach for Rix GG, barring an absolute miracle here and a goal and a kickoff goal. That's going to be the end of game 2. A 2-0 lead in the series, but it is a best of 7, so not quite series point yet, Astral. How do you think Rix GG are going to be handling this in terms of their mentality?
I think the best of 7 point is a pretty good one. Of course, they have another opportunity now. They can still technically afford to lose the next game, although you wouldn't want to be trying a reverse sweep of best of 7. They've had a bit of practice with the best of 5, but a best of 7 reverse sweep is a very difficult task and not something that I'd like to be putting myself through. So I think they'd rather avoid that stress, but they've just not quite been good enough, have they? The shots again here, almost equal, but Rix slightly in favour of it. A much better performance from Mike Boy, it has to be said, because we saw some defensive mishaps from him in the first game, but Cash still not really firing, not compared to what we normally see from him. He's not scoring any flashing goals. I don't think he's actually scored at all yet so far in this series, so we definitely need to see more from him.
White Demons doing very, very well indeed. They need to hold on to their lead here as well. What sort of advice do you give to a team that's already in front? Because I think that sort of puts the pressure on you more in a way.
They have the right strategy though, don't they? They're just sitting back, waiting for those chances, carrying the ball forward like Dorito did, getting that flip reset, and just catching them off guard. I think they just got to sit back and keep doing the same thing, because if Rix can't take these chances, they're going to get caught time and time again. And I think for Rix, the best way is to just sit a little bit further back now and try and, you know, relax a little bit, because whatever they're doing, it's not working.
Well, 2 games down, 2 games in favor of the White Demons. Now Rix, well, it's not a mountain yet. We'll wait another game before I say that, but definitely with a bit of a hill to climb right now as the team in blue want to get themselves on the series score sheet. Ocelon with a demo on CRR. I think that is definitely one of the routes back into this for these guys, is the disruption plays, because something about the White Demons defense is how tight their rotation has been in this series. And the easiest way to disrupt that is to literally disrupt it and just start taking players out of it.
Yeah, and that one demo there, and then a second coming as well, is putting them under a bit of pressure as Mike Boy gets a shot away, and they're trying to put the man on the line. It's worked a treat. Rix GG take the lead.
And who else but Mike Boy once again here in game 3 opens up the scoring. Now Rix just need to be able to hang on to it. Ocelon dropping onto the player on the goal line. It's absolutely brutal. Doritos lined himself up so well, and he jumps to deal with it straight into the underside of Ocelon. That is ruthless.
It is a jump pre-flip bump into the back of the net to stop him getting on it. He predicted it perfectly as well, the trajectory of the ball, so credit to him to make sure he got himself in the right place, and it worked an absolute treat. And they're continuing that form now, aren't they? Mike Boy is just on demolition duty. I think he's had 4 demos already in this first minute of the game, and it's really setting things up. White Demons have struggled to get things flowing for them. CRR trying to find a block as Rix get it clear, and maybe finally White Demons have got a second now to actually get into this game, but Rix have really disrupted them, and they look a bit shaken in this first minute.
Tigre does have enough boost to get there in the corner. The touch a little bit too heavy, but he will sneak away with that corner boost. Quick counter attack here from Cash, trying to take it underneath CRR. Tigre able to get it out as far as Ocelon. He's going to back off, allow CRR to come and take this up onto the ceiling. Dorito has to reverse awkwardly. Cash gets the shot downfield, but Tigre just about back in time to make the save. And the second, the follow-up not going to find the back of the net either, but RixGG definitely looking more likely to score right now.
Yeah, 100%. They've got so much space. They met that ball in the midfield. There was nobody there from White Demons because they were still getting bumped in the back of their own net. I think they're struggling in the boost department as well because Rix are just maintaining this pressure time. Look at Mike Boy just leaving the ball and going for the bump. They need a follow-up. Cash is there, right into the top of the net. Rix are in control.
Sublime. That is beautiful from Cash. He reads that absolutely perfectly. And then Tigray jumps in front of Ocelon, expecting the snapshot off the back of the bump. Doesn't get there in time. Ocelon's pass off of the backboard. Cash absolutely nails it under the crossbar, right where it can't be saved. And this is the Rix that we wanted to see. And maybe this is just how they play Rocket League now, Astral, because as Mark pointed out in the chat, Morky Mork, one of our fabulous casters, they've lost the first 2 games of both of their last 2 series, and yet here they are.
Yeah, they just know when to switch it on, don't they, and start pulling out these really aggressive demolitions to start causing so many problems. And I think that Mike Boy clip of just leaving the ball when he could have shot for Cash, just to charge in and take out the player in front of him, just kind of summed it up perfectly. He's going to get a demo there as well. I'd love to see the stats for the demos that he's pulled off at the end of this game. It's absolutely ridiculous. And White Demons have just still not got a grip of it, have they? Dorito's got 20 points with 3 minutes gone. He's barely had a touch of the ball because Rick's just dominating possession.
Lovely, lovely shot from CRR to pick out the top corner, and the gap over the defense here. He catches Ocelon at a very bad moment. He's half flipped to try and get back, and he almost makes the save as well, but CRR has tucked it away pretty much perfectly. And with 2 minutes left, it's only a 1-0 lead now for RixGG. Not as comfortable.
It's twice now. Ocelon's been caught out as last man at the back as well. I think he needs some assistance. Mike Boy, of course, is getting forward with Cash and trying to disrupt things, but Ocelon doesn't look particularly comfortable at the back all by himself, and he keeps getting caught out. Bad positioning is costing him badly, and now White Demons have got that opportunity. They just need a second, and there's definitely enough time to do it. And if the momentum swings back in their favor, I could see them taking this game, and that would spell disaster for Rix.
Cash with the flick shot, turned out by Dorito. CRR into the corner, beaten by Ocelon. But the team in orange not looking too flustered at the backline right now. Dorito avoiding the disruption play, turning onto the ball there to hit it to mid. The possession given away though. RixGG working together with a passing play there, but no one in the middle to capitalize. Ocelon with the pass forward. CRR almost bumped out of net, but there's no one home, and somehow they aren't able to turn it in, and Rix will not be able to re-extend their lead.
It's a great piece of defending from Cash for White Demons. He read the bounce and put it away for them. He assisted them and stopped his teammates who were coming in from finishing the ball and even having that opportunity to do so. So he really helped out White Demons there, but they're still in the lead, still 45 seconds, and White Demons still do need a goal, and they're under quite a bit of pressure as Ocelon sweeps it back into that orange half again. It's a big clear downfield though. Could it find Dorito? It's hit him. He can't finish it off the follow-up. CRR converts 2-2.
And just like that, a 2-goal lead becomes a 0-goal lead. RixGG give up their buffer, and suddenly it's looking like a very even game, and White Demons with the momentum now, coming back from 2-0 down, 36 seconds left. Who are you putting your money on, Astral, here in game 3?
Starting to feel like White Demons might be coming back into this and taking control of it. That counter-attacking goal, by the way, with all 3 players involved, was phenomenal to level things up. And of course, Rix, the demos, you know, the bumps that we saw at the start, they're kind of lacking. They've kind of gone astray from what we saw in the first few minutes. We've not seen them doing it, and they're losing a grip of the game. Again, here you see White Demons coming forward, dropping the ball dangerously into the box as the timer ticks down 7. They got another good chance if CRR can get something on it. The touch is good. There's a player in the box. Cash just does enough to turn it away. That should see it to an overtime with Tigray. This game is really, really heating up.
Overtime here in game number 3. Our first overtime of this series. As Mike Boy blunders it at the near post, and we are now going to have to see yet another reverse sweep from RixGG if they want to make it to the final.
You just felt like it was coming, didn't you? You just felt like Rix was slowly slipping away from this game that they started incredibly well with. That's the second mistake Mike Boy's made this series now to give a goal away, the first being in game 1, which was an important one too. But just look uncomfortable. These one-on-ones in the defensive side of things for Rix, they just don't win them. They lose them every time, and White Demons always get a goal off it. I don't think they should have come back into that quite that quickly at the end. Ricks now. Well, you said we weren't quite a mountain, Elliot. Now we're at a massive mountain. They've got to come back in a best of 7 with a reverse sweep.
Yeah, yep, it was a hill before. It's Kilimanjaro now as Ricks stand at the bottom at base camp and they look up to the peak that they are going to have to reach if they want a chance of playing whoever wins the other semi-final in the grand final of this championship Sunday. And oh my word, I think we're all looking for a reverse sweep here now. Even if you're a White Demons fan, no one wants to miss out on a reverse sweep if there's one on the table.
Yeah, and especially we want to see a bit more from Ricks. They played so well against BS Plus to turn that game around, and to be swept out of this one would be really, really devastating for them. But I want to see Cash get into it. I've been saying it all series long, but the goals he scores, I mean, Beast and Morky were talking about in the green room, the goal that he scored earlier on in one of the series, absolutely incredible with a double flip reset. And I think we've seen him score pretty much a single goal, and his defensive work has not been great either. This is his time now. It's do or die. They've got to win this next game.
Game number 4. 3 series points in favor of White Demons right now. The team in orange are going to have a lot of confidence coming into this particular game, but it is going to be nagging them in the back of their heads. They are going to know that Ricks GG have reverse swept their last 2 series, and Mike Boy opens up the scoring here in game 4.
Well, if there's one thing you could say about Ricks GG, Mike Boy is consistently hitting the back of the net at the moment. It's a good job he is, because he's about the only one. He's keeping the minute for sure, but they're going to need a bit more than that, I think. It's a great start, though. 15 seconds in, a brilliant confidence booster.
Cash looking for a turn from Mike Boy, but the orange player beats him to it. CRR gets the touchdown. Dorito almost caught out there by Ocelon. Tigre's back in time. Cash with the snapshot. CRR having to make the save now, and Ricks peppering this orange goal as Ocelon gets it off of the backboard. The angle's a bit too tight. Mike Boy able to slow it into the orange corner, and Cash there to keep the pressure on. White Demons struggling, but they do manage to clear into blue territory. Mike Boy's touch over Dorito in the midfield, going to be picked up by Tigre. And a minute into this, Ricks looking very, very aggressive, but they have to be careful not to give it away with a silly mistake.
That was very close there, though, for Ricks. They nearly got a good chance because I think Dorito just missed the ball. Tigre, sorry, missed the ball, and Dorito had to do a very, very close flip to stop the ball going over his head and leaving it wide open for Ricks. So it's definitely been a better start for Ricks, but you can just see if these midfield passes start coming in, like the White Demons were finding there. We saw them use it to get themselves back into the game very late in that previous one, and it looks deadly every time. Ricks have got to do a better job of shutting it down. Here's another one to find Dorito. Cash just about gets there to stop it finding the bottom corner, but pass after pass, and White Demons looking strong once again.
I mean, that was absolutely sublime, wasn't it? The pass down from Tigre was absolutely magnificent. The shot was great, and Cash's save was even better, but Ricks can't keep them out for long. CRR managing to bag the equalizer.
And another passing play. The link-ups constantly from White Demons. They always know where each other is. The front man has got no chance. There's nobody else there in support for Ricks, and unsurprisingly, I think White Demons get themselves back into the game. They got 7 shots in this one. Ricks have only got 2. It was a good opening minute for Ricks, and then once again it started crumbling back down, didn't it? And White Demons definitely in control now. Ricks are going to need the next goal, I think, if they want to have a chance of winning this game.
Well, still plenty of time left, and they aren't behind yet. 3 minutes left to play here in game number 4 of this first semi-final. CRR up only to Cash. Dorito defending his own backboard well, and CRR able to cut that out before Mike Boy can close it down, and it's a 3v1 at the blue backline. Ocelon's bumped out of the way, but Cash just about gets back in time to make sure it can't pass the line of his goal. And wow, important work there to track back, because that looked very much like White Demons were going to take the lead.
Definitely, and he had to put it over the crossbar, which can be risky as well and generate a backboard play for the other team, but he had no choice. There was nowhere else to put it. Luckily for him, there was no one quite there for White Demons to receive that ball, and they keep the game level, which is obviously very important. They might be able to tire White Demons out if they keep them going forward. Maybe do back to White Demons what they've been doing all game and catch them on the counter late on, but there's still 2 minutes to go, and it's still anybody's game.
Ocelon can't beat CRR. Cash can. And he's able to at least get a squeeze with Tigray. Ocelon from his near post, only as far as Dorito, but Mike Boy will pick it back up in the midfield. The backflip up over Tigray won't help him too much as CRR plays it into the air and into the blue corner. Ocelon looking for Cash on the left-hand side, and it's a great controlling touch and a wonderful little fake there to get the 50, but unable to generate any sort of real goal-scoring opportunity. Ricks look like they're really good at starting off these transitionary plays out of defense, but it's getting it in front of net that they're struggling with at the moment.
Yeah, there you go. White Demons immediately looking for that counter-attack and another good chance. They do shut it down. Rick seemed very frantic on the defensive side of things, though. All the players just going up to try and shut things down. Ocelon with a good chance. Tigray in the right position to turn it away, and now White Demons come back the other way. Another infield pass. Cash in the right place. This one end-to-end stuff. Both teams really want this next goal.
Cash getting his saviour medal there. Third save of game number 4. Very, very critical saves as well, as the score is still 1-1 entering the final minute, and the pressure is mounting on Ricks GG to find a goal here so that they could start to get their way back into this series. Mike Boy onto the backboard. Cash has turned and the angle's tight, but that's going to come down for Ocelon, and he can't find his first goal of the series. Tigray somehow makes the save. 30 seconds left, and Ricks now have to face this all the way out of their own defense as they struggle to get back and defend the mounting pressure from White Demons. Cash with the flick up towards the orange net, doesn't find the bump on Tigray. Ricks GG just trying to get aggressive now. They really would like to end this without going to an overtime, but they're going to have to defend their own net. Mike Boy not going to make any silly mistake this time. 5 seconds on the clock, and it looks like we're going to overtime in game number 4.
Ricks had one more chance there. I can't believe Tigray made that save to keep White Demons in the game, to be honest. He was getting disrupted and bumped on the goal line and still managed to come down, make the vital save and keep it level, and that was a brilliant opportunity for Ricks. Probably the best they've had all game, to be honest. How about pressure on an overtime though for Ricks? They have to get the next goal. One goal keeps them in the competition. The next goal for White Demons sends them home.
Cash has passed to Mike Boy. That's fantastic effort from Mike Boy to get the touch, but he doesn't have any boost. Dorito will claim possession. An equally good pass up to Tigray. Needs to force a good touch from Cash on his own backboard. Ricks GG just in a position where a single mistake will cost them their place in this tournament. Dorito's touch up to himself in the corner. Tigray with the shot, won't beat Mike Boy. Ocelon double committing for that as well, and he gets the extra touch over, but Mike Boy wasn't expecting the pass, went for the disruption play, and just a little bit of a miscommunication there, breaking down what might have been their best goal-scoring opportunity. And that's going to be Ricks out of the competition.
Yeah, and I think the point you made there summed up this game perfectly. You see here, look, Dorito and Tigray linking up, finding themselves on the front post to get that ball into the back of the net and win them the series. Whereas Ricks GG, not on the same wavelength. One player looking for a demo, the other one wanting a pass. And I think that just told the story. White Demons were constantly linking up, working as a team, working as a real solid unit. And Ricks were kind of 3 players solo, just trying to do what they can. They had moments of team play, but it was few and far between. And you could see they didn't have any kind of consistency to that level of game. And that's what's really cost them, I think.
Yeah, I mean, going on the reverse sweep hunt again and again and again, it was always going to come crumbling down at some point. And unfortunately for Ricks GG, that point was the semi-finals of the competition. But let's not take anything away from White Demons. Congratulations to them, our first team in the grand final here at the BS Plus Invitational. And we're going to be right back after this short break to see who will be joining them, Sandrock Gaming or German Amigos. Find out here in just a few minutes.
I be on the top killer. I be on the top, cause I own it, know it, I'm a rain. I'm getting freaky, yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on, get that freaky, freaky. I'm getting freaky, get it right, get it right. Get that freaky, freaky on, 챙겨 보고다가 I'm getting freaky, yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on, get that freaky, freaky. Getting freaky, get it right, get it right. 상관하지 마. on, get that freaky, freaky. I'll be on the top, top killer. I'll be on the top, the top winner. I'll be on the top, top killer. I'll be on the top, 'cause I own it, know it, I'm alright. Get that freaky, freaky on, get that freaky, 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 freaky. Get that freaky, freaky on, get that freaky, freaky.
Cause we be on a tough love. Oh, we feeling so high. Don't be afraid of falling, falling. Cause you know we gon' fly. Cause we be on a tough love. Oh, we feeling so high. Don't be afraid of falling, falling. Cause you know we gon' fly. Cause we be on a tough love. Cause we be on a tough love. Oh, we feeling so high. Don't be afraid of falling, falling. Cause you know we gon' fly. Cause we be on a tough love. Cause we be on a tough love. Don't be afraid of falling. Cause you know we gon' fly. Cause we be on a tough love. Oh, we feeling so high. Don't be afraid of falling, falling. Cause you know we gon' fly. Cause we be on a tough love. Oh, we feeling so high. Don't be afraid of falling, falling. Cause you know we gon' fly. Cause we be on a tough love.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the second and last semi-final of this BS Plus Invitational Championship Sunday. I hope you're as excited as I am, and Astral, I hope you're as excited as I am.
Of course, of course. We've got German Amigos on, and me and Elliot have a little bit of a soft spot. If you missed us casting for German Amigos on the grid, they made it all the way to the grand final. They couldn't beat Team BDS, but it was a cracking effort. So they have a little bit of a place in our heart, and of course, going up against the team that everybody fears, I think, from the Middle East, Sandrock Gaming, two incredible teams. I'm really excited for this semi-final.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a very, very good matchup, and I think White Demons actually are going to face a very, very difficult opponent, regardless of which one of these moves on to that final in just an hour or so's time.
Yeah, almost certainly. White Demons, you know, that they made that last semi look quite easy, but I think they're going to have a much more difficult job in the final, so they need to be ready. They need to make sure they keep warm, stay practicing, because whoever gets through is going to cause problems between these two teams, and I'm looking forward to. I mean, Amigos only conceded 3 goals against SK Gaming, and it looked like SK Gaming were giving everything today, and Amigos looked phenomenal. Of course, Samrock woke up like this in a 3-1 fashion as well, so both teams looking fairly solid.
Something you've mentioned to me actually in the green room just before we came back again was how consistent German Amigos are. I mean, like, obviously we have a bit of a soft spot for BS Plus and German Amigos, and BS Plus are kind of that, they're such a wild card, aren't they? You know, they're either going to have the game of their life or they're going to throw it away, but there's no in between with them. Whereas German Amigos, just always that solid, consistent, down the straight and narrow. And I wonder, do you think that that's going to be difficult or easier for Samrock Gaming to deal with? Because they have a bit of an unorthodox playstyle.
I think it depends really on how Samrock Gaming adapt to it. I think with German Amigos, you know, you have Catalysm, you have Ivan, they're those solid, rotationally consistent players. And then you have Rizex, who he just kind of adds that little bit of flair. When they're looking for that goal outlet and the other two can't find something, Rizex has that little bit of something special. So obviously Samrock need to keep an eye on him while still shutting down the main two. So making sure that those other two don't get into that consistent rotation. Like we saw demos from Rix in the last series. If Samrock can pull those out onto the likes of Ivan, especially because he really gets the team going and dictates the tempo, that could be a great way to get Samrock into this series.
Well, I was just actually about to ask you, who do you think is going to stand out in terms of individual players in this particular series?
I think for me, judging off of this game and how good we know German Amigos are, Ivan for me has to be probably the most important player in this game. He's just an unbelievable player. His consistency, absolutely top level. So if German Amigos are going to win this, he is the key man. Of course, when it comes to Sandrock, it's usually Khaled and Ahmed that get all the praise. But earlier, Senso was having a great series, which is what we heard from Bass and Hyperia. So let's hope that he can continue that run of form into this semi-final and that it's not all on Khaled and Ahmed.
Well, it's early pressure for the Amigos here. The team in blue just defending the Amigos' early aggression and now developing something of their own. Samrock Gaming trying to come forward. Rizex tucking himself underneath that and getting a hit downfield, but neither team committing too much forward right now, just throwing some jabs, kind of feeling out the space and their opponents at the same time. Khaled actually getting the bicycle here on the goal line there, not allowing his teammate to come and make the save across net. And the first minute will go goalless, and actually not too much in the way of coming forward from either of these teams. It looks like they're both trying to wait and see what the other team wants to do.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a slower start. Ivan got bumped in the air there by Ahmed, and that nearly gave a great chance to Sandrock. You know, we said it was a bit slower. They're starting to up the pressure a bit, aren't they? They're starting to keep the Amigos in their half and make things difficult for them. And there's a demo as well from Senzo onto Catalysm. But so far, Amigos are handling it fairly well, I would say.
Khaled just gives away possession in the midfield. I say that, actually, he saw Ahmed and I didn't. Very nice shot there, coming out from that passing play. Finds the crossbar. And Rizex manages to keep it out, but German Amigos have to be very, very aware because the mechanical skill of these Sandrock players means that they are always a threat no matter where they are and no matter who you think they have available as options.
Yeah, and they got to keep shutting it down. At the minute, Samrock are looking the quicker team. They're shutting down those balls in the midfield. German Amigos failing to get their passes off. And that could really play into Samrock's advantage, especially, like you say, because they have that incredible mechanical ability. They're going to be quicker to the ball anyway, you would assume. And that might mean they have good chances. So German Amigos got to watch out for that. But here's a good chance coming the other way. And all it takes, Elliot, is a simple tap in from the edge of the box. Rizek's get the opening goal.
Yeah, nothing too flashy at all for the first goal here, and it's not one that I would have expected to break the lines of a team like Sandrock. Okalid tracking back. Senzo gets beaten at the 50. Okalid gets caught in no man's land, and Ahmad isn't back in time to do anything. And bit of a strange first half to this first game here, and I wonder if that goal is going to start to open things up now.
I certainly hope so, because I think both teams building into the game. They obviously don't play each other particularly that often. You know, Samrock not competing in RLCS, being a Middle East team, means that I think a lot of these EU teams have to spend a little bit longer just getting to grips with Samrock. So they don't want to do anything silly, not overcommit too much until they've got things figured out. Of course, they're in the lead now, Amigos, so they might come out a bit more confidently. And obviously, we saw Samrock dictating the play in the first half of the game, but still one goal down.
Okalid get the touch up. Ahmad in the corner won't find anything, but Senzo's there to get the second pass. Ahmad 15 with Ivan. Ivan comes off better. Not very much boost to work with, but he'll make it work, and he will steal the corner boost as well. Senzo able to come away with possession. Ahmad's in the middle. Catalysm pretty comfortable there, but Ivan's inadvertently found Okalid. Lucky that he wasn't ready to capitalize on that opportunity. German Amigos hang on to their 1-goal lead. A minute and a half left here. Astral, as they almost double it. Okalid nearly pinching it into his own net with Ivan there. It's looking a bit rough. Samrock Gaming don't quite look warmed up.
No, they don't. And I thought you'd nearly Caster's cursed it there. It was I was pretty positive that was going to be a 2-0 lead, but it wasn't to be. They might still add a second here, though, because Samrock not dealing with the pressure very well at all. Rizek's with another opportunity in. Ahmed's going to steal his boost, which might make things a bit more difficult, but they're really struggling to get out of their own defensive half at the moment.
60 seconds on the clock as Catalysm spikes that one down. Senzo had to adjust to make that save, but not too challenging for him ultimately. Rizek's up off of the backboard. Ivan can see that Ahmed doesn't have any boost. He takes it up high, looks for the flip reset to take it under Okalid, but Samrock Gaming able to clear their lines down to Rizek's. Picking up the corner boost, doesn't try to maintain possession of the ball. Ahmad looking for Senzo on his inside. Rizek's comfortable off of his own backboard to find his savior medal here in game 1. And no goals yet for Sandrock Gaming, as they just need to get an equalizer if they want to have a result here at all and to stop us seeing a 1-goal game at the beginning of this series. Ahmad, the touch back, I don't think he really intended that, and German Amigos are going to continue this pressure as Senzo takes it to the wing. Catalysm's first to the ball, and failing a miracle now, this is going to be the end of game 1. 1-0 to German Amigos. Sandrock Gaming completely unable to get on the board.
Yeah, and I had a feeling this could happen. You know, I mentioned at the start of the series, Amigos only conceded 3 goals against SK Gaming. They're always good at the back. I'm surprised it's Rizek's the one that scored a tap-in. To be honest, it's usually Catalysm that's the poacher on the goal line, getting all the very simple goals with the perfect positioning, but it was Rizek's this time around to do the job. German Amigos, though, they beat Samrock 3-1 in the group. So German Amigos probably confident. They know that they can probably take down Samrock. They did it just yesterday. And now Samrock need to find a new way to find gaps in German Amigos, because they're just so good defensively. 3 saves from Rizek's. When he's not on fire going forward and trying to flip reset, he's very consistent at the back, and I think that's really what helps them tighten up, get a 1-0 victory.
Rizek's with a really nice goal there, and 3 saves as well, so proving his worth at both ends of the pitch. And just to point out, Ivan, the man you said you thought would be the difference maker here in this series, had a very quiet game indeed. 1 shot, nothing else in terms of points there. Are you expecting him to step up a little bit more in game 2?
I would say so, yeah, but of course, you know, he does a lot of the dirty work in the background. Sometimes you can play the game, you don't always pick up points for it just because he didn't get an assist or a save or a goal. You know, there was only 1 goal in that game, and I'm sure his rotation played a vital part in helping helping German Amigos, even if he wasn't centre stage for a lot of it. I'm sure we'll see him come back out here stronger, but I just hope Samrock Gaming can find themselves early on with a goal because they don't want to go 2 games or more without scoring against German Amigos, because it's going to spell pretty bad things, I would say.
Ahmed's touch to the wing. Catalysm is there first, and something that I've noticed so far is Ivan and Catalysm take out 2 of the blue players, and Catalysm gets a bump as well. It's just the difference in attitude right now and in game 1, Astral. It just feels like German Amigos want it more.
Yeah, it really, really does, and you saw that double demo there. Unfortunately, Rizex couldn't find the top corner with his shot, but then Ivan got control of the ball. He was in front of the net, didn't have that much boost, went for a double fake, and I think that shows the confidence. It shows that the eagerness, the ability to not be afraid of Sandrock just because of the ability that they have, and they're just taking it to them. Obviously, Sandrock started the better in game 1, I would say, but now struggling, now losing that first game, I think has hit them a little bit, and they need a new game plan, and just as yet they've not figured it out. And there's Ivan on the goal line to get the lead.
And there he is, the man, the myth, the legend, Ivan. Just in the right place at the right time, isn't he? And I think that's what makes this German Amigos team so consistent, is their ability to pay careful attention to their positioning at almost all times. Senzo up into the air. Ivan, what were you going to say there, Astro? Apologise for cutting you off.
That's alright, I was just going to say that they never score that many fancy goals to the Amigos. They just score. That's the thing. You don't need to always score flashy goals, you just need to score goals. And that's what they're so good at.
Well, a minute and a half gone here, and the lead to German Amigos as Rizex takes it down into the corner. Ahmad with the half flip. It's a really nice way to take control of the ball. Senzo will follow it. Does get the bump on the orange defender, but Catalysm's the one who ends up with possession. Doesn't have any boost, but he'll come down on the ball. Ahmad wasn't expecting it. A melee in midfield right now as Ivan tries to take it into blue territory. Khalid turning it down the wing, and cheeky little touch over Rizex allows his teammate to come forward, and it's going to be Senzo who bags the first goal for Sandrock Gaming in this semi-final.
A very important goal for Sandrock Gaming. A nice bit of car control from Ahmed, it has to be said, to get over the top of 2 defenders, and then made it very easy for Senzo. In the end, all he had to do was find the bottom corner away from the defender, and he did it absolutely perfectly. A vital goal. Not a flashy one once again, but that's going to give them a huge amount of confidence. And as mentioned earlier, Senzo playing well, gets the first goal for Sandrock Gaming.
Ahmad touching to the corner. Senzo plays it out for Khalid to follow down the middle. Senzo will find Catalysm with that demo as well there. Not going to be too important in terms of the play, but I think important in terms of mentality, because Sandrock are finally starting to get into this game and to play with a little bit more confidence, a little bit more aggression. It felt cagey in game 1 and at the beginning of game 2 as well. And I think if they can take the lead here, that's when we're going to start to see them pop off like we're used to. But they have to be careful. German Amigos, a very, very good side. And Catalysm is waiting here for Ahmad's clear. But Ahmad does beat him. And he's gotten it up onto the backboard. Ivan, once again, right place, right time. You can't fault his positioning at all, Astral.
Never can. There he is to collect the pass once again. The follow-up, though, is not quick enough from Rizex. Ahmad with a good chance here, but he's got to beat Catalysm, and he's not going to manage it. And yeah, you mentioned earlier on about that demo onto Catalysm. Catalysm is sneaky. He often likes sitting up the field in the corners where nobody notices him so he can receive a pass. He's a bit of a goal hanger, it has to be said, but he gets some great goals from it. And here he is trying to take control of the play as the front man for his team. Not quite worked out that time around, and it does feel like Sandrock are starting to build momentum into this game.
Ahmad spinning through the air, ends up losing the 50 to Catalysm in the midfield. Khalid off of his own backboard. Sandrock Gaming struggling to find a clear here. The double from Catalysm is just too good. 0 boost left. He timed it perfectly.
That is filthy. Ivan's pass pretty solid. Senzo just couldn't get a read, and Catalysm, it's absolutely clinical, isn't it, that goal? Phenomenal stuff. Just when you thought Sandrock might have an opportunity, a bit of hope to start taking control of this game, Catalysm just shuts it down, takes back control for the Amigos and gives them the lead. And with just over a minute to go, Sandrock only with 1 goal so far in this series of 9 minutes of gameplay. They need another one now in just a minute.
Khalid around the corner. Going to get closed down by Rizex. Senzo picks it up, and that would have been a very nice way to control it, but Ivan's there with the pressure. Catalysm looking for another goal, won't find it. It's a familiar spot for Sandrock Gaming, entering the last minute, a goal down, knowing they need to find something if they want to bring it to an overtime. Ahmad into orange territory, and he gets the pass across, but Ivan's good enough, and he's good enough to get the second block as well. Senzo unable to beat him, but he will find a demo on him, and if you can't beat him, just take him off of the field entirely, Astro. I think that Sandrock need to be utilizing these disruptions a little bit more.
Definitely, it's the point I made earlier about, you know, if Ivan's going to be a pain and not get out the way of the play when they need him to move, then get rid of him, because it's the only opportunity. There you go. He had a bit of a slow last game. He's top of the points in this game. He's got a goal, he's got an assist, he's got 2 saves as well, and he's taking back control for German Amigos. 9 seconds to go. Sandrock have got to get forward now, and Senzo losing that 50 to Ivan again is not going to help at all. Rizex will win the 50 in the midfield. It's going to hit the floor. It's still up though. Catalysm doing what he can, taps it straight to the floor. German Amigos take game number 2.
Take no risks, do they? They're not showboating. They're not going to keep it up. Straight into the ground. 2-1, 2-0 in the series, and only 4 shots to get those 2 goals, Astro. It's a pretty good record.
Yeah, clinical for German Amigos, as always. Clear, crisp, get the job done. Was a little bit close at times. You thought Samrock might have a few good opportunities, but didn't quite take them. Again, 6 shots and only 1 goal. I just don't think, as I said in the first game, that Sandrock have really got an idea of what they can do to deal with this perfect rotation from Amigos. And maybe, like you say, the demos were the best thing to do, but they just haven't quite found it. And I wonder if, you know, playing on that Middle Eastern ping might make getting demolitions a bit more difficult.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. But at this point, I think Sandrock Gaming are probably used to it. This is how they play almost all of their games. And it can't be said enough how much of a disadvantage that is. But if anyone can do it, they can. They are used to it. It's a difficult one. German Amigos just so consistent. Sandrock Gaming not able to utilize their normal strategies to throw them off in the same way as they do to other teams at this level. German Amigos just aren't broken down by people surprising them.
No, they're not going to be broken down in you know, a fashion and an original way, you know? They know what to do. They've been in a situation before. They played against the best teams, and that grid run that they had that was phenomenal really, really helped them. We saw them competing, you know, with the top European teams, BDS, Vitality. They have experience against all different sorts of teams, and they know what to do in every situation. They're a really good team, and I really hope that Samrock can make something of this, and I want them to try and bring this alive. I know we have so many Samrock fans in the chat, but they're just looking a bit flat, and even for me, I'm not exactly sure what they need right now other than to get demos.
They're going to have to figure something out pretty quickly or suffer the fate of Rick's GG in their semi-final, and we wouldn't like to see 2 clean sweeps in a row. Ivan trying to make sure that happens. Catalysm's there with a rapid follow-up. Rizex now off of the backboard looking for the pass. Khalid whiffs on his way out, and Rizex is able to turn it into the corner with no boost. Stenzo goes to Khalid off of an orange player there. They're not able to make much with it, but Ahmad with an opportunity here. Up into the air. Look for the flip reset underneath and does get the pass away, but Ivan repaying the favor to Senzo with that demo and just completely kills Sandrock's momentum.
Ivan just 1 step ahead. He read that play. It would have been a great ball into the middle as well for Stamrock. A really good chance for them to take the lead. But Ivan spotted it. He said, you know, the save might be difficult. If you get rid of the player, it's going to be a lot easier. And it worked a complete charm. Allowed his teammates to get the ball clear and get themselves back on the offense. Here they come again, though. Catalysm trying to find the middle. He just has to beat Senzo, which he's done quite well. Both Rizex and Ahmed up, and Ahmed gets the better of it for now. It's still 0-0 to be fair, so Samrock still with plenty of time to get themselves turned around, but they haven't yet got a shot on target, Elliot.
Almost 2 minutes gone now in game number 3. Without a goal from either side. Catalysm getting the shot on. Ivan almost helping Senzo with that save there, looking for the disruption play. Senzo with 3 saves as he gets taken out at the midfield by Rizex. Ahmad avenging his teammate there, and I think Sandrock is starting to get a little bit agitated with the amount that they're being disrupted by this orange team. And German Amigos just really look like they have found the answer to Sandrock Gaming's playstyle, and at the moment they don't need to score many goals. They just need to keep Sandrock out.
Yeah, and I think Sandrock really need goals, and a goal like that is typical of Catalysm. When I say about him being a poacher, scoring these consistent goals that aren't flags again, reads Senzo, slams it over the top. Oh, Khaled's in an impossible situation, and Catalysm gets what looks a little bit like a fortunate goal, but we know from watching him, he does this time and time again.
And into the corner he goes. He'll be looking for a second halfway through game 3. German Amigos with a 1-goal lead. It is very, very familiar indeed. I'm starting to get deja vu here, Astral, as Sandrock Gaming once again need to find themselves an equalizer to get back in this game. Senzo with the shot down. Catalysm's clear, will find Ivan, but he can't quite reach it. I think the fake almost more effective there. Sandrock scrambling to deal with it and will manage to get it upfield, and that's a great beat from Ahmad. Fantastic way to equalize.
Important goal for Ahmed and for the Sandrock Gaming team. Rizek's just a bit sloppy on his back pass, wasn't he? Didn't quite find it to Catalysm, and great job of Sandrock to capitalise on that little mistake coming in there. You know, as we've talked about, goals can be so important, not just for momentum, but for team morale. When Sandrock, you know, might get a little bit down, like you said, a little bit frustrated from being demoed, not being able to score, having that few seconds to celebrate and get a reset can really help their mental fortitude. And now they're back level again. This is the best opportunity they have to really make an impact on this series.
Touch up onto the ceiling. We'll only find Senzo. Ivan's going to be there first. No fear as the last man at all as he cuts out that play. 90 seconds left on the clock here in game 3 for one of these teams to break the deadlock. Ivan's going to be the one at the minute. Oh, Khaled manages to keep it out at the front post. Almost in there, but the angle too tight, and it will be across net. German Amigos really looking to put this game to bed in regulation time. And as we come towards the final minute, oh my God, I can't believe it. He saved Ivan's shot, but Ivan's put it back in anyway.
I think it was going to be saved. There was a Sandrock player in the net. I think Ahmed might have got there and he shouted it out. And how Rizex has managed to get that even closely back to Ivan is very, very well played. I can see why he did it. It's worked out a treat. It's got them into the lead as well. If that's the winning goal and that was calculated for them from Rizex, then fair play, because that is a great, great piece of team play coming out of German Amigos.
I don't know that that was deliberate at all. I think we should get a vote going in the chat to see whether you think that was a deliberate pass from Rizex or whether it was a complete accident. But Ivan's going to double their lead now. 3-1. Sandrock in a pretty bad situation.
Yeah, the Sandrock is starting to crumble, as it seems at the minute. And before those couple of goals, I was going to look as well. Catalysm was up in a few hundred points. Ivan and Rizex really hadn't done anything. All they'd done is hit the ball and take shots all game. They had no other stat on the score sheet, both, you know, in double digits, and that's it. And then they've got a couple of goals to give them some more confidence. And Sandrock just keep eating up the pressure. Only 2 shots for them in this game. Maybe a good chance here. That redirect from Senzo. A really nice play, but Catalysm once again 1 step ahead.
Rizex down. Senzo straight back up, and he's looking for Ivan on the goal line, but Ivan's just too good. He avoids the disruption, manages to claim control of the ball, and now look at him trying to carry it over the entire blue team. 10 seconds left. German Amigos with possession and with the win here in game 3. Sandrock Gaming now staring down the barrel of a sweep in their semi-final matchup, and honestly, this is going to be a very, very difficult route back for them if they're going to make it to the final.
2 semi-final sweeps was not what I was expecting at all, and Sandrock now have so much work to do, and it just doesn't feel like they have much going for them. I think they've scored, what is it 2 goals in the entire series? Am I right with that?
Yeah, you are. Senzo in game 2 and Ahmad just now in game 3.
It's just so little, isn't it? And they had, you know, a nice team play from this one, but it really came off of a mistake from Rizex just failing a back pass, and they managed to get themselves in between it and just cut it out. But unless there's a clear and obvious error really from German Amigos, Sandrock just don't seem to have a way in.
They're not generating enough on their own, and I think that is because they're struggling so much with German Amigos' playstyle, with that consistent rotation, and just like we keep saying consistent, but they really do bring it to another level, because obviously every team at this echelon of Rocket League is consistent. That's what gets you to this professional level in the first place. But German Amigos, they make it look like I don't even know what metaphor to use because they're just so tightly ordered. You think that they had a coach in the room with them, just constantly pointing out, constantly telling them who to go and when, because they're a well-oiled machine right now.
Yeah, they really, work well as a team, and maybe that could become because of, who they are. They are the German amigos, right? One of them, Ivan, is Austrian, but the other two are German. They're all a German-speaking team, and having that kind of synergy might help them. And obviously, the same thing goes for Samrock. They're all Saudi Arabian, but they have a bit less experience probably playing against these European teams compared to what German amigos do, and a lot of the rest of the RLCS teams have players scattered from all different regions.
Well, game number 4 now, 30 seconds in. 3 series points to German amigos here, as they are going to feel pretty comfortable, and you can see how confident they are as the passing plays start to come out. Ivan trying to come down on that one himself. Catalysm keeping the ball deep in blue territory as Rizex follows up into the corner. Khalid cannot beat Ivan at the edge of his own penalty box, and Ivan's going to drive all the way into the blue goal to try and hit Ahmad. No such luck, but German amigos still with possession somehow as Rizex plays with them in the corner. Khalid looking for Senzo, Ivan and Catalysm jumping for that ball. Rizex saw it and knows he needs to be back. He can't get there in time, and Sandrock capitalized.
Yeah, I knew that was coming. I saw the double commit just as you did, and I thought it spelled disaster. And there you go, a 3rd goal for Samrock Gaming in this series, and another mistake from German amigos. Not organised this time around. That double commit left themselves wide open, and you have to say, despite that, it had to be an incredible shot. I know Khalid really found the top of the net with that one.
And there it is. Maybe one of the first rotational errors from this German amigos side all series. And Samrock Gaming don't need a second invitation as they take the lead for the very first time in this series so far. And they almost... Oh, no, not almost at all. They do give it away immediately. Ivan just... Oh, dominant.
I want to watch Ivan. Oh, he's not just pre-read that touch, has he? Surely he's not calculated it that perfectly. Ivan just in the right place at the right time. Read what his opponent was going to do, and Amigos quickly back into the game again. And you have to say it's probably deserved. They had 6 shots up to that point, and they had 4 just in the first minute as they really put pressure on. Obviously, they got caught on the counter, so maybe that's the chance. Samrock got to keep catching them on the counter, but it seems like they can't ever hold out, and there's always something going wrong in the Samrock rotation that leaves a gap, and the German Amigos find it consistently.
Rizex able to get that one out to Ivan. Ahmad with the pass into his own corner. Senzo not able to take it out beyond midfield. Catalysm's there and waiting. Ahmad though, just a big hit downfield, and we're seeing this a lot from Sandrock, is these big over-the-top hits onto the orange backboard, and they're not working at all. How many times before they learn from their mistakes and try something new?
Yeah, well, we said, I don't want to keep being broken record, but German Amigos are organised. They know about that backboard. They're going to have it covered up. It's not going to work, and I think the infield passes, like the White Demons used in the previous series, are a better opportunity at this level of gameplay if you can find space and be in a good position, as Catalysm often does when he's hanging upfield. And there you go, Ivan trying to get forward again for German Amigos. Senzo just about cuts it off in time, but there was nobody on the goal line immediately for Sandrock, and it does seem very last ditch to try and get these balls clear before the German Amigos capitalise.
Onto the post, but away for German Amigos. 2 minutes left in game 4, and Sandrock really do not want to go a goal down again here. Khalid off of his own backboard. A big hoofing clear downfield, and he's lucky that Ahmad's gotten there first. He'll look for Rizex, but not going to find the disruption. It's now 2v1 coming forward. Khalid does get disrupted, but he recovers in time, and Ahmad's able to take it out of the corner. It's good defending from that lone back player, and almost a very rapid counter-attack to take the lead at the other end, but no such luck for Sandrock Gaming, who are now on the back foot again. Khalid not able to find a touch. All 3 blue players clambering for a clear there. Senzo with the block into the corner. Ivan's going to try and take it up, but with no boost left, he's going to pass it back all the way back to Catalysm in his corner. 1 minute and 11 seconds left on the clock, Astral. And do you think this is going to be another win for German Amigos, or can we see the team in blue bring this one back?
difficult to say. The game, though, very high pace, and I think the next goal could almost certainly decide it, because the amount of energy going in from both teams seems to be like, if a team scores, they're just going to believe that the game is over. And there you go, German Amigos, Catalysm, back post to receive Rizex's pass, find the gap in Samrock Gaming again, and 49 seconds on the clock for the blue team. It's not looking good.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying at a minute 30 left that they really don't want to go a goal down again, because it has always gone badly for them being a goal down in the last minute so far in this series. But, I mean, here they are. History may not repeat itself, but it certainly does rhyme. Maybe we'll be able to see Sandrock Gaming actually get this one back, but it doesn't look likely, as German Amigos now just need to park the bus for the last 30 seconds. Ivan with no boost is going to put it onto the backboard. Senzo up to Ahmed. His teammate is able to get it out beyond Rizex. Oh, Khalid onto the backboard. German Amigos there to defend. Ivan with the touch. Rizex with the demo. And Sandrock Gaming forced to play out from their own backline once again. Senzo coming down off of the ceiling. Backboard pass isn't going to work, and a big clear from German Amigos won't find the back of the net. The Sandrock Gaming have to find a goal without the ball touching the floor. Ahmad onto the corner of the wall. It will go forward, but it finds an orange player. O'Khalid in the midfield won't get a touch. Ahmad waiting underneath this. Iman's just going to try and spike it. German Amigos looking for that final goal, and it will drop 85% of the way over the line. German Amigos don't care one bit. A clean sweep over Sandrock Gaming to take them into the grand finals.
Brilliant performance from German Amigos, start to finish. Consistent as always, scoring goals, and it was a little bit closer, that one has to be said, and we knew that that third goal was probably going to be the winner. It always had that written all over it, and certainly it was the case again here. They just look so good, don't they? 11 shots, 4 for Sandrock Gaming. A big difference. Ahmed got 4 saves in this game. Wasn't enough. German Amigos weren't challenged, were they, in the defensive side of things? Ivan with 1 save was the only save on the side of German Amigos.
Yeah, pretty unbelievable, isn't it? Only 4 opportunities, as you mentioned, compared to the 11 from German Amigos. I mean, it was just a class apart from this orange team, who are now going to go into the final with a tremendous amount of confidence. And I don't remember the last time we casted a final at this level where both teams swept their semi-final matchup.
Crazy, isn't it? It really is crazy, especially in a best of 7, when you know there's more games, there's more opportunities to make a mistake and give the other team an inroad back into the series. Huge. Didn't expect either of them to go this way, particularly not the first series, to be honest with you. And White Demons looked very good, so I'm not going to rule them out by a very stretch, but German Amigos looking incredibly strong as well.
Wow. 8 teams entered this competition. 8 teams were invited to this competition. 2 teams are now remaining. It's going to be all to play for. Winner takes all. $5,000. White Demons, German Amigos, head to head in a best of 7 final right after this break.
One's a company, two's a crowd, three's a party coming, move around like the first rush when the school is out, when the booze is up, when the sun is down. Enjoy the ride, got some pillows in the Chevy. Slide a dolly, low hitting heavy. Take your time, let me know when you're ready. Couple months I've been messing with this steady. Open for plans tonight. Lost in the afterglow. Oh, girl, your love for me keeps calling me, so I'm calling you. brighter, my shoulders are so much lighter. Just for a moment there, I thought that there was nothing more to life. I thought about it, wrote a couple songs about it. Just for a moment there, I lost myself. Mind if I be real for a minute? It's almost like everything I feel had a limit. It now gone past. Finding reasons to smile and to laugh, and whenever it's a bad day, music is my band-aid. Here the other day, I turned off all the lights. Spent an hour with my memories, and then I realized it's not all black and white. Like I was colorblind, but mentally, yeah. Now my days are brighter, just no longer feeling tight. I don't wear my PJs every day, 'cause I would rather be on site. I thought about it, wrote a couple songs about it. Just for a moment there, I lost myself. Whenever it's a bad day, music is my band.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it feels like it's been a long time coming, but it hasn't. It's only been a couple of days, and here we are at the grand final, over too soon. Oh my word, it's going to be a banger. German Amigos, White Demons, both teams absolutely killing it so far. Clean sweeps in both of their semi-finals. I'm Sophie Elliott, and I'm joined for this final series by the wonderful Astral. Who are you pegging for the victory here?
30 minutes ahead of schedule thanks to having 2 sweeps back to back. Sometimes it's the way it is. Sometimes it's the way it is. You can't always have perfectly entertaining games that go all the way, but hopefully this one might be a bit better. 2 teams playing at their best can always cause some kind of chaos. Look, if I had to pick a winner with my prediction immediately, I think I'm going to have to edge towards German Amigos. I think, you know, in recent times they have been a little bit better. Of course, they did make the major through the grid, which the White Demons didn't. But in their past 3 meetings, White Demons have beat them 2 out of 3 times. The only win for German Amigos came in the group stage on Friday, but it was a 3-0 to the Amigos.
And Amigos, I mean, I can't keep saying it at this point, but the consistency is absolutely unreal. And I just don't know if White Demons have the experience to deal with that.
Yeah, who knows? They're a good team, all right? They've competed at the top level for quite some time as well. And we know that when they're on their best form, as they were in that semi-final against Rix, they're incredibly good as well. I think more the concern might be the goal scoring. German Amigos conceded 3 goals against Samrock and 3 goals against SK Gaming. 6 goals in 2 knockout games. That's all they've conceded. They might not even get up to double digits if they somehow have an incredible performance against White Demons. So I think the big issues for White Demons is going to be scoring goals. In terms of the defense, I think they're pretty solid, but it's going to be finding a way to break down the German Amigos.
And how do you break down a team with rotations that are this good?
Well, I think we know that from what we saw, White Demons are better at linking up as a team than what we saw from Samrock. That's certainly going to help, and they're certainly more organized than Samrock were. Demos, of course, as we mentioned, going to be vital, as they always are, and especially in a high-pressure situation like this, when it is the final and everything's on the line. Remember, like you said at the start of the weekend, If you come second, you get absolutely nothing. So White Demons are going to have to play as a unit and try and out-rotate, try and cut out the passes. We saw Samrock capitalized on the mistakes. White Demons are going to have to do that.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we are, the final series of the weekend championship. Sunday has reached the beginning of what will be its conclusion. One best of 7 matchup. Winner takes all. $5,000 on the line right here. German Amigos, the team in blue. White Demons, the team in orange. And it's German Amigos threatening first. Oh, that's a good effort from the Amigos, but they're not going to be able to turn it in just yet. Tigray downfield. CRR going to be able to follow it up, but Ivan positioned perfectly as always on the backboard, able to take this all the way down the wing, steals the corner boost as well, not on his own, surely. The touch on the backboard leaves a little bit to be desired, but they're coming in with a tremendous amount of confidence, and I think has to be mentioned as well, they only just got done with their semi-final, so they are really, really in the swing of things.
A really key point, I think, yeah, to mention that is, you know, White Demons had a bit of a break, and while they were really good, they've had to make sure that they keep warm, they keep those joints nice and oiled up, because those cars have got to start rolling again. And at the minute, the Amigos seem to have the top speed. They're dominating possession, they're keeping the ball in the orange half, which is not great in terms of White Demons. Dorito only got 5 touches on the ball so far, though here he is trying to take control, trying to find a flip reset, but he's not going to get over Catalysm that easy. At the minute, it's all Amigos, but got to start getting those shots on target if they want to take the lead. Rizex with a chance, Ivans goes wide as well. White Demons holding on for now.
CRR trying to take it down to his teammate in front of his own net. Dorito's able to play it straight down Route 1 and onto the backboard. But Ivan good enough to clear it back into orange territory. White Demons coming forward once again here. Catalysm into his own corner. CRR picks it up. White Demons just trying to keep the Amigos penned in. But they have to be very, very careful because their counterattacks are extremely incisive. Dorito can't quite get it past that front post. 0-0 after 2 minutes, Astral. Both of these teams trying to figure out the other. And I think the first goal here might be very important.
Yeah, White Demons did a good job though in the opening couple of minutes dealing with the pressure that Amigos threw at them. And now, you know, they've had a good spell of getting forward potentially of their own. Can they keep it up though? Because it's gone straight back into the White Demons being on the defense. Rizex across the net. Catalysm so close to finishing that one off. Just couldn't quite get there before the post could. A real shame as a great chance created by the Amigos as they continue this onslaught on the White Demons defense.
Tigray. Big clear into a lot of space as well. As Ivan just takes it downfield. A nice little give and go there with Catalysm. Rizex is going to pick it up, but hang on a second. A gap may have just opened up. Dorito's looking for a disruption play, and it's not even on the right player because Catalysm's back in time, and he's going to be able to take it downfield. Rizex with the shot. CRR with a very, very good reflex save to keep this all square. With about 105 seconds left, Astral, who's going to break the deadlock?
I mean, it looks like German Amigos, doesn't it? But you could see them overcommitting through frustration and White Demons picking up a goal. Tigray's defensive abilities shining right now as he's already up to 3 saves, cuts out that pass again in his own half and allows his team to counter, but they're going to need to keep it consistently out. And again, Catalysm waiting in a little bit of space, gets the ball clear for his team. Ivan having a few problems there. I think he got caught out by that big clear and it almost allowed White Demons to get forward again. So it looks like they're going to continue pushing for this counter-attacking goal, but they're doing a really good job. I mean, German Amigos have failed to break them down so far, and if they can continue that up, they might have a great chance of taking game 1.
Rizex into the air. He's going to be down on the ground in time to get the touch over. The CRR is in the corner and ready. Catalysm trying to take this one up, but Amigos not having much luck at breaking down this White Demons defense now. A bit of a taste of their own medicine as Ivan comes into possession in midfield. Dorito's going to turn on that. 20 boosts to try and make it work. We'll draw the 50. Catalysm clearing it up to the backboard. CRR is going to be there. Tigray's wasted a lot of his boost going up initially, but is able to find a clear downfield. Catalysm onto the ceiling. They have to be very careful here. But Dorito is able to take it over to the wing. It's a lot of pressure though. German Amigos not relenting right now. Doritos finally able to get it into blue territory, and 18 seconds left on the clock. We might be heading to a 0-0 overtime in game 1, and it does not get much closer than this as Amigos look to end it in regulation time, but need to defend the counter-attack at the other end now. Rizex out as far as Dorito, drops it down into the corner. Catalysm without boost here, struggling, and German Amigos will let it drop. 0-0 overtime in game 1 of the grand final.
An important drop there for German Amigos. White Demons just starting to have a bit of pressure. CRR might have another chance. He's got to beat past Ivan though, which is not going to be very easy. T-Grey does it the second time of asking. White Demons are getting some good pressure. The last minute or so has been theirs, and I said their problem was going to be scoring. Apparently German Amigos having a similar problem, because White Demons, as I was said, you know, they were going to be strong in defense. They are good at the back, and it showed, and that's why we're still 0-0. Still anybody's game. That one bouncing dangerously. They can't convert though. Maybe another chance for a counter for White Demons, but it's not coming just yet.
Rizex. Oh, beaten by T-Grey there, and that's a near post. Catalysm had to be ready. Rotation, as always, solid for German Amigos, though, and they never seem to have any trepidation whatsoever when it comes to making sure there's a man back. Rizex with the touch up. Exactly half of his boost left as he picks up a couple of pads, waits for the defensive mishap here as 2 orange players go up. T-Grey on his own backboard defends it well, and Catalysm just about gets beaten in the air as T-Grey plays it onto the backboard. Rizex is in a good position, but CRR with the fake underneath manages to beat Catalysm as well. Ivan can't beat Dorito, an opportunity, and White Demons take game 1.
Incredible from T-Grey, getting himself in a brilliant position to finish that one off. CRR forcing it through. Dorito with the pass as well. All 3 getting involved. And after soaking up all that pressure, they get the winning goal. All it took was 1.
I mean, what else is there to say? A goal in overtime. There is almost nothing between these two sides. And I think, look, I'm going to make a bold prediction and say that this probably isn't going to be a clean sweep either way. I mean, oh my God, I don't even know where to start. German Amigos there with 10 shots and not a single goal, 8 of those being saved by the White Demons defense. And they only had 5. That's half the number of shots that German Amigos had, but they managed to put one of them away. And that is a really outstanding effort from the White Demons.
A really good defensive performance. 8 saves coming in across the team. And we casted a series, you know, last night where we had a similar thing. We had a team dominating, went to overtime, and the other team won the game. And, you know, I think the team dominating, if they can win that game, it's massive. You know, a 1-goal piece of momentum in that overtime is huge for the rest of the series. And the fact that, you know, German Amigos didn't win this after playing so well, having all that pressure, it's definitely going to hurt. And White Demons will get a big boost of confidence from being able to defend that onslaught for 5 minutes.
And you spoke about, you know, maybe the difference between these European teams and the Middle East teams. Obviously, Sandrock struggled a lot with German Amigos. Do you think that that's factoring into it now as White Demons don't seem to be having quite as many problems?
Yeah, they don't seem to be having quite as many problems, do they? But they're still taking a lot of pressure. I think they're just a lot more defensively sound than Sandrock were. And, you know, we talked about this before that Sandrock game, is that Sandrock very good mechanically. White Demons, on the other hand, a little bit more organised, a little bit more like German Amigos. It's kind of like they're playing against, you know, themselves at the minute, and that's why it was so tight, and it just took 1 goal to decide the first game.
Downfield, it's going to be Ivan following this up. 30 seconds into game number 2, German Amigos are immediately hunting for their opening goal here. Very, very aggressive play. Ivan goes flying past the ball in the air. And he's up there as well in a cheeky position as well, just lingering in the orange defense, making a nuisance of himself. And that's something we didn't see too much of in the series against Sandrock. And I think goes to show that they're not stagnant, are they? They have this consistent rotation, and you think that that might make them a little bit static, but it doesn't. They're so versatile and able to mix things up, and it makes them such a threat at every opportunity.
Yeah, there you go. White Demons coming the other way as well. There's a nice ball downfield. They need to have somebody connecting on it, though. These counterattacks are going to be important for them as always. I think German Amigos, again, will continue to dominate possession, but they need to make sure they're finding someone at the far end. Rizex in a good position, turns it in at the far post. German Amigos get their first goal of the series.
Dorito with that touchdown to the wing, but Ivan's just there, and he's so fast. Rizex in a perfect position to deal with it as well, because the ball comes across so rapidly. He has to be well over the other side of the far post and just about tucks it in for the opening goal here against the White Demons, and it's not going to be a 0-0 overtime in game 2. German Amigos get themselves on the score sheet just 90 seconds into the second game. And hopefully that's going to give them some confidence. Catalysm trying to make it 2. CRR with the save, but it's definitely positive from the team in blue.
I think this might change the dynamic of the game quite heavily as well, because White Demons, you know, they might be a little bit more unsure about sitting back as much now. That they need a goal, and you can't always guarantee that you're going to get one on the counter. You will have opportunities, but you're going to get less than if you push forward. So we'll see if German Amigos get a second, then White Demons are definitely going to have to switch up the strategy, but they might just about stick with it for now, just because of the fact they've got 3 minutes left. Tigre, though, needs to get involved. 4 points so far in 2 minutes of gameplay. He's barely had a touch of the ball, just sat at the back, and he was so impactful in the last game, so they need to get him back into the play.
Ivan just going for a bit of a joyride in the air there, not gonna make too much of it. Catalysm's in the corner, just hounding the orange defense here as German Amigos looking to keep the aggression up and just really keep them penned into their own territory. Rizex with the shot. It's always going to be an easy save for CRR. Ivan taking Dorito off of the field entirely. Catalysm rolling it up onto the ceiling, giving chase himself. Just about misses that boost spawn in the corner. Ivan's there though. Quick tap up onto the crossbar. Catalysm's going to wait for the clear to come. White Demons just seem like they are struggling right now, Astral.
Yeah, they had a double commit there. One of the back line had no boost left, and so I think his teammate thought he might have needed some help, but then they ended up going together anyway. Fortunately, German Amigos couldn't find the back of the net from that double commit, but the pressure just continues to ramp up, doesn't it? Tigre doing a good job of forcing it through, but Ivan quickly there to pick back up possession for the Amigos and carry on exactly where they left off, looking for goal number 2. They've got to be careful though. Tigre, if he was a slight bit quicker to that ball, he could have opened a chance on the counter. And Amigos, you know, 8, 9 shots even. I can't count. White Demons don't have one.
Catalysm. Big hit downfield, and he's underneath it still. Manages to get the 50 with Tigre, but CRR is quickest to the loose ball. Ivan with such good control on his own backboard is going to be disrupted away from it. Tigre coming, lunging in there as third man. You can see that this White Demons side wants to start throwing some unorthodox plays forward, maybe actually deliberately mispositioning themselves to try and break up this German Amigos solid rotation with, you know, a good rotation relies on a good consistent offense from the other team, and if they can maybe make themselves a little bit more difficult, a little bit more unpredictable, perhaps that's their way through the armor of the German Amigos defense.
Yeah, but at the minute they're just struggling, aren't they? You can't be unpredictable if you can't even get first man to the ball. That demo's huge though, it might open things up. CRR finds a way through. White Demons back in the game with 35 seconds to go.
Just as we were talking about unpredictability, Dorito, oh my god, that is a flaming hot Dorito right there. The turn into the perfectly timed demolition, it's already on target. That is absolutely, sumptuous work from the White Demons as Dorito tries to take it all the way himself. He's going for a dip in the sauce, but the salsa remains undipped. And it's still 1-1 with 20 seconds left. Is this going to be our second overtime in 2 games? Or are we going to see the winner here in the late stages of game 2? CRR knocks it back. Catalysm's there. Tigre to take it immediately back for the team in orange. One last chance here for White Demons and potentially an opportunity for the Amigos to break downfield. Catalysm with the musty off of the wall. Ivan with the shot to the top corner. Dorito and CRR working together to keep it out. White Demons kill the ball. 2 games, 2 overtimes. Astral, who is going to take it?
That musty chance deserved a goal, but they couldn't quite find it. Amigos have got 12 shots. Demons got 3, but it doesn't matter. I'm so glad we had a break to get rid of your Dorito memes that were getting out of hand. It's a good job he doesn't play for the Amigos, otherwise you'd be having a field day. But still coming forward the same way, you know. It's one strategy against the other. It's defense against offense. Both teams with a solid rotation. But White Demons, they just need one more opportunity to find a crack when the Amigos overcommit, as they come back onto the defensive side of things again, and the pressure building. This is for a second time now that we're in this situation. If White Demons manage to take it, again, it's really going to affect the Amigos' confidence. They need to get forward this blue side and make sure they get a goal, but they're under pressure once again.
CRR's touch into the midfield, Doritos up for it, and White Demons really have had a resurgence here. Their confidence peaking now in overtime as they looked very, very uncomfortable for most of game 2, but a late goal sees them blossoming as they start to put this German Amigos side under pressure, and there's the goal from Tigray. Beautifully worked, and you could feel it coming at you.
2 goals from Tigray and 2 game winners for the White Demons. It's produced. Rizek's just missing the read. It's so unfortunate for him, but sometimes he does lack that consistency in these odd places, and that's where Ivan and Catalysm cover for him, but they couldn't cover there. Tigray taking full advantage, and now, how many shots there from the Amigos? Up to 14 again, and only 1 goal, and then White Demons score 2 in 5. The defensive side from White Demons has been outstanding.
Yeah, I mean, 8 saves in game 1, 9 saves here in game 2 for the White Demons. CRR making 5 of them, Dorito making 4. Those two, just an immovable wall at the back line. And, you know, German Amigos couldn't find a goal in game 1. They took the lead here in game 2 and looked like the team more likely to win for almost all of it. But White Demons just refusing to die, and now, sort of unpredictably, a 2-0 lead in this series so far. I said that it wasn't going to be a sweep, but actually I'm starting to worry.
Yeah, I think if Amigos had got a second goal, White Demons would have had to switch things up and we might have seen a completely different game. But one isn't really enough. You can't get 1 goal and think we're going to win this game. It just doesn't work that way. Rocket League is so unpredictable. They come out of nowhere. And that Dorito demo to get White Demons back into the game was honestly incredible. I think nobody expected him pulling a U-turn from there on the motorway. The cops need to pull him over for that one and give him a ticket, but White Demons won't care. 2-0 up in the series and looking very strong.
Game number 3, best of 7. It's the grand final of the BS Plus Invitational. And German Amigos haven't lost since the quarterfinal, haven't dropped a game since the quarterfinal until now, and now 2-0 down against this White Demons side, who also swept their semi-final matchup. I honestly thought that German Amigos would have the advantage here. They looked so good, but White Demons are just setting up for quite the upset here. CRR coming forward. Frizex defends his own goal line, and White Demons bringing that confidence that they found at the end of game 2 into the beginning of game 3. They just need to hope that that doesn't turn into overconfidence, because Amigos are ready to strike at any minute, and Catalysm's there to prove that point beautifully.
Big goal from Catalysm, just taking control. Dorito just had too much speed, all the momentum trying to turn around, couldn't get anything on it. A very big goal, but again, Elliot, we saw this at the start of the previous game. An opening goal for the Amigos, not enough. They need another one, because White Demons will pull another trick out of their hat.
Catalysm onto the wall. Rizex is going to be there to follow it all the way into the orange penalty box. Rizex is going to just play some games with Dorito at the back line there. Been a bit of a menace. Just bumping him around. Dorito, unfazed, is going to get that hit downfield. Ivan only as far as Tigray. That's a bit of a waste of possession, but Rizex has done better. It's all the way onto the orange backboard. White Demons with only a man back. CRR does very well to slow that down. Dorito with possession almost finds Tigray, but Rizex with the ball and the demo. Ivan with an uncharacteristic miss on the sidewall there. He's going to have to get back and defend, because White Demons are coming forward with some purpose here. Tigray can't quite squeeze it in. Ivan is there to defend, and he's turned upfield just as quickly to try and get the dunk on Dorito. No such luck. A minute and a half gone, a 1-0 lead for German Amigos. They really do need a second to give themselves a bit of breathing room.
Not managed to rack up the same number of shots though as in the previous game so far. They've got the pressure, but failing to turn it on target quite as consistently. Dorito, the only player in White Demons with a save so far, and it's the only one they've needed. Another ball dropping in front of the midfield, but White Demons burst through it, and it does feel slightly like German Amigos are playing a little bit more defensively to try and find some space in the White Demons half, and it might work for them, but so far nothing's come of it, and it has created some White Demons chances. Here's another one with a redirect nearly from Tigray. Catalysm made the save. White Demons looking for pressure of their own.
Ivan finds another touch. Catalysm's on the ceiling, and he's looking for a dunk here, and CRR manages to get the block. The 50's good. And it's kept some pressure up as Tigray tries to clear his lines. He's found some space on the wing. I don't think he has any boost to work with here, but he'll steal the corner. Catalysm not able to get it out. Ivan's in the air, but he's used a lot of boost, and Dorito's taken out Rizex at the backline, and once again, Dorito with that perfectly timed demo. It is just vicious from that player.
And another goal from Tigray right into the bottom corner. A slow roller, but there's no one there. The demo's coming up huge when they need to be, and we mentioned it at the start of the series. How do you break down a consistently solid rotational defense? You take a player out of it, and then it's not as consistent as it should be, and a gap is formed, and they find the back of the net once again, the White Demons. Showing that they're still well alive in this and looking to take the series in that sweep if it keeps going this way. German Amigos, they need more than a single goal, and at the minute they can't seem to find that.
Dorito with the touch up. White Demons with confidence coming forward here, hunting for a second as Catalysm gets the clear. Tigray's waiting on the sidewall. Ivan's going to be first to it. Dorito with the touchdown into midfield, maybe regrettable as Rizex looks for the flip reset, finds it, the touch is good, but CRR rises to the occasion and finds a really nice late touch on the goal line to keep that out and to stop the lead being re-established in favor of the German Amigos.
And crazily enough, White Demons have more shots on goal right now than German Amigos do. That shows you Amigos trying to change the playstyle, but not that much has changed. We're still level again. Ivan's going to try and close that one down. Gets sent absolutely flying as Dorito gets past him. He's got a man in the middle as well. Rizek's not going to find anything either. German Amigos looking a little bit nervous, a bit shaky. So Ivan not making it to the ball. Rizek's missing it. Catalysm had to do what he could to get rid of the ball, and they're stoking up so much pressure, and maybe Amigos can get a counter-attacking goal, but White Demons seem to be in control.
Catalysm's up. Just trying to take it under Tigray, but it's red in time. Dorito is going to get the extra one, and I think that's a bit ambitious to try and beat Ivan from there, but it's good pressure from the Demons. Catalysm finds it out, Ivan's there, and it's a break in the rotation of the team in orange, and German Amigos retake the lead, and it's the first time they've scored 2 goals in a game this series.
Fantastic stuff from Amigos, picking out Ivan in a little bit of space. Into that open net it goes, and Dorito nowhere near getting back. I'm just going to compliment on how good he's been so far in this series, but I think he should have been the third man there, and it wasn't there in time. This is Amigos' best chance to win a game in this series with 30 seconds to go. They've got to stop White Demons from having any more shots on target. They've had enough, and Dorito with another demo not again. Surely CRR trying to force it through, but Catalysm was up to the task on the front post. Another chance comes again. There's a double commit, and Amigos aren't out of the woods just yet. CRR with a third shot gets turned away as well. 10 seconds, Elliot. One last chance for the Amigos. It's now on ever. Dorito's shot again saved by Catalysm. And all of a sudden, these German Amigos saves racking up time after time. They've got 10 on the board, and it might just be enough if they get an 11th. Ivan to the side, still in the air. A last shot goes down, and German Amigos take game 3.
And we're not going to see a clean sweep here, Astral. I was starting to get a little bit antsy, especially when White Demons equalized in that game. But it's not going to be that easy. No one wins 5 grand without a challenge from the other team. And German Amigos are not going to go down. 10 saves in that. Really, the stats have been turned on their head here in game number 3. German Amigos with hardly any shots, tons of saves, in the reverse true for White Demons, who had 8 saves in game 1, 9 saves in game 2, only 2 in game 3, but compared to that, they've got 13 shots on the board. What's happened? They've been flipped on their heads.
It almost seems like because of these two teams have the exact same play style of just going for consistency and rotational based play, that whoever plays the more defensive gets more opportunities on the counter attack, because they're both incredibly good at saving chances. We've seen all 6 of these players deliver in the defensive half on the goal line when they need it most, but none of them can quite convert the chances consistently enough at the minute. So you need more space on the field. How do you do that? You let the other team attack, and then you counter up the other way. We're going to see now what happens, because if both of these teams try to play defensively, we might have loads more time on the ball, and that could open up chances for players like Rizex, who's got an incredible piece of mechanical ability in him.
Well, game 3 saw our first game in this final without an overtime. Let's see if we can go another game without an overtime here in game number 4. 2-1 is the series score currently in favor of the White Demons. Catalysm's touch down to the ground is only going to be found by Tigray, and he's going to take his time and all of his boost. Will find Dorito in the corner there. Oh, late turn, almost confusing the Amigos defense, but Rizex with the breakout. He's got the open net. That is fantastic from that player. The counter attack, just like you mentioned before this game started.
And Catalysm, that save, that pre-jump save to block that shot from CRR, he knew it was coming, had it read perfectly, and because of the angle he got on the ball, it allowed it to feed through to another player, which then Rizex read the block of as well. Back-to-back blocks, read them like a book, and German Amigos found a perfect counter to get themselves into the lead, Elliot. But how many times do we have to say it? One goal is not enough. German Amigos need another.
Rizex with the clear. Catalysm's going to be there. All the pass to the backboard is good. Ivan cannot squeeze it round the goalkeeper, but German Amigos starting to look very, very confident here in Game 4. Catalysm, the touch back, opens up their defense a little bit as CRR comes forward. That's a bit of a misplay from Ivan. Not very many times will you hear me say that in a series, and he's going to come forward and try to make up for it here. Catalysm. Oh, and that is pitch perfect, isn't it? Picks out the top corner, 2-0 to the Amigos.
Placement, perfect. Code executed from Catalysm right to the top corner. You can see Ivan trying to cause problems there across the goal line. I think they had 2 or 3 players in the net for White Demons. And look, we've sang praise about the defenses all day long, but if you want to pick that one out, you need a 4th player. All 3 of them go straggling past the ball, and German Amigos get that all-important 2nd goal in this game, and very, very early as well, because there's so much time left in this one as White Demons try to pull one back.
Rizex holding up Tigray in the corner. Oh, a lovely little touch from Catalysm there, and Ivan's going to be there to follow up. 3-0 German Amigos, a goal every 31 seconds, Astral. This is quite the turnaround.
The White Demons being dismantled right now. Dorito with a miss there on the back line, and then Tigray can't do anything about it. We've seen a couple of whiffs in the goal for White Demons, which is so unlike them, but maybe the pressure that they've had game after game after game of making these saves, it's finally too much. They're finally getting tired. All the tanks empty. They've run out of energy, and hitting the back of the net three times in the first minute and a half is setting German Amigos up in a great position to level up the series, considering I think 3 goals in a game is, you know, two goals usually wins a game in this series, so 3 is massive.
Ivan can't beat Tigray at the midfield. Rizex gives possession away, but CRR doesn't read it in time, and the top corner had to be defended by Dorito there. Tigray forced to make another save here. White Demons really on the back foot as we approach the halfway mark of game number 4. Almost said game number 5 there, but we're not quite that far through yet. Rizex, oh, can't keep it under the bar. He'll jump again from the sidewall. But his jump off of the post, not able to rearrange his car in time to get it on. So much pressure from the German Amigos right now, Astral. It is unrelenting, and they're looking for another one here. That is masterful.
A nice passing play again into the middle. Catalysm's pass for Rizex was a little bit too heavy. This one absolutely peach perfect onto Ivan, into the bottom corner away from Tigray, where he couldn't get a fingertip to it. And this has just gone from strength to strength in this game from German Amigos. It seemed like this was almost coming, like they had this kind of result in the bag. They just could never quite let it out. It was almost strapped in, padlocked, and now someone's put the correct code in, and they've been fully unleashed, and the Demons can't do anything about it.
Ivan in his back corner. CRR is coming forward. 2 minutes left. White Demons now need a goal every 30 seconds between now and the final whistle just to bring it to overtime. And I think they're going to need to try something different, Astral, but what? German Amigos are just too good right now.
I think it's too little too late at this point. There might be one there, though. CRR giving them a bit of a chance. I think it was a nice redirect, which came up. Oh, that read from Dorito. Brilliant on the wall to find CRR to turn it in. I don't think Catalysm knew anything about it until it was too late. It gives them an opportunity, Elliot, but I think with this amount of time remaining, they might have to think about going back to the drawing board. Getting 3 more is going to be a big, big task.
Rizex looking for the backboard. Tigray's just going to find a touch to Dorito. White Demons looking to put the whole team together in this play, and it's well worked, but the touch eventually cut out. Catalysm almost found an unbelievable cherry picker there. A minute 30 left. There's still time. I'm not going to say plenty of time. There's not plenty of time, but there is time. It is possible. White Demons going to have to try something different, though. Catalysm on the goal line. Not able to quite squeeze it over. CRR just playing with Ivan in the midfield there. Catalysm's able to cut it out, but he doesn't have very much boost to work with. Tigray recognizes that fact and comes and just dispossesses him of the ball. Dorito recovers from the bump, and he's not going to be able to sneak it in himself. CRR can't get it past Rizex either. And White Demons, that might have been their last chance to get back into this.
Huge turn from Rizex just to keep that goal out and stop the last ditch effort from White Demons coming their way. And I think that, like you say, that might have been it. That might have been the last ditch opportunity. Now they've got 40 seconds, but you know, even if they get 1 or 2, it's going to be incredibly difficult to get 3 just to get that overtime as Rizex turns another one on target. Dorito finding a demo. It's been a while since we've seen one of them. I don't think we've seen any in this game coming out from White Demons. They needed that more, I think, definitely. And by now, Elliot, 25 seconds under. Not enough time. German Amigos almost definitely won this game.
Dorito onto the backboard. Ivan just taking it into the corner. This game's over. German Amigos managed to pull it back. 2-2 is the series score now, all square. And it kind of brings it to a best of 3 now, really, doesn't it? A maximum of 3 games remaining. A best of 3 matchup for $5,000. I mean, that is a tremendous amount of pressure, isn't it?
Yeah, really, really is. Both teams have played really well in different areas. I think German Amigos have definitely been the better team in terms of offense, but that is the biggest, the biggest difference we've seen so far in this series. German Amigos getting 4 goals is really, really huge, and now can they continue that is the big thing. How will that affect White Demons? The fact that they finally have been broken down, and not just a couple of times, but pretty badly in this game. They lacked the demos that they had. They lacked the saves. They lacked the consistency at the back. There was a few whiffs in there from the defenders. Dorito had a couple, I think CRR as well. They've got to bring back to those energy levels that they had earlier on, and it's going to be very difficult.
And I just want to compare this game 4 to game 2, where German Amigos in game 2 had 14 shots and 2 saves. Here, 14 shots and 3 saves, and yet they lost 2-1 in game 2, won 4-1 here in game 4. So a massive turnaround, and you have to put that down to the performance of the White Demons, really.
I think so. Let's see what they can do on Beckwith Park, though. White Demons, think they got a bit of hope of turning this one around now? Or you think German Amigos are going to continue this momentum running through?
I think German Amigos are going to continue this momentum, but that doesn't count White Demons out. I mean, White Demons, I think it was game 2, actually, I was saying this. They looked really uncomfortable. They looked cagey. They looked like they didn't feel like they were the better team for maybe 4 minutes of that game, and a goal down as well. But they pulled it back, they equalized, and then from that goal on, they looked so confident, and they immediately flipped the momentum in the other direction. So if they get an early goal here, or if they manage to hold German Amigos off and then get even a later goal here, I think that their confidence really can switch up the pace of the game, and they're going to be able to do it. But look, it's not going to be easy. German Amigos, one of the best teams in Europe right now, and White Demons going to have to vie to make sure that they're on the same level.
See what they can do. It's been a pretty even first minute. I'd say German Amigos had the slight edge. CRR's pass into the middle should find an Amigos defender, but he got past 2 nearly and gives a chance for his team to work forward here. Dorito with a follow-up touch. Rizex, though, is the next man to the ball. Now there may be a chance for Amigos to go the other way. A nice dribbling play into the corner. Pass to a flick to the middle as well, but CRR gets a clear across the midfield, and first minute gone. Goalless.
Tigray up onto the ceiling. Rizex is clear, only going to find CRR, but his touch given position straight back to the Amigos, who are coming forward looking for it. The whiff there going to allow Ivan to come through into the corner. Tigray, though, out to CRR. Possession wasted. Ivan into the corner. Tigray bangs it downfield. That's never going to work against a defense as tight as the Amigos, but a minute and a half into game number 5, Astral. Nothing to break the deadlock right now. Who do you think is going to be first to score?
I think the deadlock favors White Demons. Whether they're first to score, I'm not sure, but stopping Amigos continuing that momentum was really important, as you said, and this is definitely playing out. That's how White Demons won. They kept the score level, and they only went down a single goal, and they were very, very good at getting a late goal to get the winner, and right now it's setting up to be the case. Tigray gets completely sent there by Rizex, but White Demons having their fair share of opportunities. Only 2 shots on target as Ivan looks to send it, but Tigray again in the net, and there's not been anything that I'm thinking, wow, you know, that's going to hit the back of the net so far. Both teams playing a little bit slower.
Catalysm up onto the ceiling, and he's going to look for the shot now, but Dorito, pretty comfortable save there for him. Ivan onto the ceiling once again. Dorito's going to look for CRR on the sidewall. Dorito into the midfield, but he's demoed immediately by Rizex, who's looking very, very aggressive and has been all series, to be honest with you. Tigray paying back some of that with a bump in the mid, and that's thrown off this Amigos rotation just a little bit. But White Demons give possession away, and they're really struggling to hang on to the ball at the moment. Almost a good team play there. And look, when they keep hold of it, when they don't give away possession fruitlessly, they can do wonders. But my word, CRR nearly giving away a goal with a misplay there.
Yeah, it looked like, you know, Amigos had them on the counter attack. It was a shame Dorito couldn't convert that first shot, but if that would have been a big mistake from CRR to concede right there in a game as close as this, where the shots are a lot lower. Amigos have got 4, White Demons have got 2, but it's not anywhere near like the double-digit numbers we've seen in the last game. Dorito got a mid-air bump onto Rizex, but Ivan and Catalysm will do what they can. The ball's only to the side though, and White Demons do have an opportunity to close it down at the midfield. They should have more boost, and this next 30 seconds should go in their favor, but German Amigos not having any of it.
CRR leaves it for Tigray. I wasn't sure who was going to come and take that. Dorito looking for the infield pass, and it's good. Tigray gets up at a really uncomfortable angle, manages to find a touch, but CRR not there in time to follow on from it. A minute left. No goals left yet, Astral, and maybe one will be the decider, and almost every time that's happened, it has favored White Demons. I mean, German Amigos managed to pull it out in game number 3, and maybe they can do the same here, but it's going to be a tough one for both teams as Dorito moves back into defense and allows CRR to come into the corner. White Demons moving downfield. Ivan, uncomfortable touch and doesn't have any boost. Somehow still gets the better of it in the air though, and Catalysm now with the opportunity to break downfield into the corner. Pass 1, pass 2, looks for the bump. TRR takes him out instead. It's like jousting. It's absolutely unbelievable. And these players just refuse to be beaten. Are we going to see another overtime here as we enter the last 10 seconds of play in game 5? A huge save from Ivan coming across his own net. One final spurt from the team in orange. White Demons hunting for that winning goal before the ball can drop, but they are going to let it. And it will. Oh, it won't. It's going to hit the corner. Dorito uncomfortable. Is he going to spike it down? He is. And for the 3rd time in this grand final, we have overtime.
It was 10 seconds left when that Dorito shot came in, and I thought that was going to be it for White Demons again, but not to be the case. And that CRR demo on the other end of the field was a really smart play. I think most people would have panicked and gone for the save, but kept his head, went for the demo, which was the creative play in that situation under a lot of pressure. Did the job. Ivan trying to squeeze it over both defenders. He beat one, but Dorito had to do what he could to get the ball away for now, and Amigos continuing pressure again. Ivan brings the demo, and that could be impactful as he waits upfield, and feels like Amigos starting to get more comfortable again.
Rizex with another demo, just hampering this orange defense, and this is surely it. It is indeed. Oh, just looked dominant from the beginning of that overtime, and German Amigos from 2-0 down in the series get the only goal in game 5 in overtime and move on to championship point. Just one game now between them and that $5,000 prize pool. Or grand prize, I should say. It's not a pool. No one else is getting a penny of it. It's all going to go to the winner of this series, and White Demons have some work to do if they're going to turn this one around.
Nice goal at the end from Ivan, finishing it over the goal line. But like you say, I think the point was key there is that as soon as the overtime started, Amigos just took control. And it's nice to have that breather to get to overtime and think, okay, we've got a second to rest, we can reset. But that's it. You get a second. You don't get any longer than that. A few seconds at most, and then you've got to be straight back at it. Amigos did that very, very well, and it seemed like White Demons just wanted another minute to breathe, and Amigos didn't give them any chance, any sniff of that, and straight away they capitalized, got themselves a goal.
So what do White Demons do now? I mean, they started this series so strong, and it almost doesn't feel like they're really doing too much wrong, but German Amigos, they look really, really good right now.
It seemed like the momentum started to switch, didn't it, when we saw German Amigos change that play style and try and go more defensive like White Demons did. When they won that game, it brought them back into the series, and they've just been better from it ever since. It feels like they're like, okay, we'll figure out how White Demons play, we'll do that ourselves, we'll take a game, and now we know what they do, we see what can be done wrong, and we're going to capitalize on it. So White Demons have sat back a bit, it's not helped. We thought that game might go in their favor with it going all the way to the end at 0-0. But it was just one goal in it. Again, it's the finest of margins, and the demos came up clutch for German Amigos at the end. White Demons need to do the same.
Championship point now for German Amigos, who open up the scoring very early on in Game 6. Nothing in regulation time in Game 5, but only took 18 seconds this time. Where was the orange defense?
That was very strange, wasn't it? I think two defenders going for one mid boost, another defender going for the other. They realised last minute, all tried to scramble back to the goal. Wasn't quick enough. I think they're expecting someone else to be there, perhaps. White Demons are shaken now. They're one goal off of losing this entire tournament. Another one finds the back of the net. One game, sorry, but German Amigos is going to get a second goal and add insult to injury.
And I said this was going to be some work for White Demons to turn it around. 2-0 down inside the first 30 seconds. It is now a mountain to climb. And I just don't know if they're going to be able to do it. German Amigos going from strength to strength here as they find yet another demo on Tigray, but they've left themselves vulnerable at the back. Luckily, who else but Ivan to be able to make the clutch save in the top corner and keep Amigos' clean sheet intact. White Demons have been unable to score since Game 4. I just don't know what to say at this point. German Amigos look unstoppable.
Yeah, they do. They're just going to keep rolling, aren't they? 2 shots. That's the difference, isn't it? This game, 2 shots, 2 goals. I think White Demons haven't recovered since German Amigos switched that playstyle. Like I said, they've not figured things out since then, and German Amigos just seem to have a better grip on the game. White Demons are having a nice spell of offense here, but it's never looking that dangerous, is it? We see CRR with 3 shots, but that's really all they've got, and German Amigos say, fine, you can have your spell, now we'll come back the other way and look for our 3rd goal. And you know, if they get a 3rd goal, but from what we've seen so far in this series, that might be it.
Loose ball in midfield. Rizek's trying a bit of a fancier touch. Dorito gets it, but there's no one in orange to help him out, and now they're going to have to play out from their own defense again. Rizek's in the corner. Tigray closes it down, but Ivan's there, and he's round 2. There's no one back, and Ivan's going to fake it round 1. It's up onto the ceiling. White Demons struggling here as Rizek dunks it round 2. Oh my god. It's bad to worse. Oh no.
Rizek's certainly been hitting the gym, hasn't he? Look at the muscles to force this one past CRR, and then Tigray as well. Brute strength, and 3-0 up now for German Amigos. I said 3 was going to spell disaster. Still 3 minutes. They still could get a lot more. White Demons need a goal urgently, I think, to get them some confidence back, because they're looking very shaky, very inconsistent. The rotation's gone down the drain, and Ivan's looking to cause more problems as Catalysm pulls the demo in. German Amigos look very unstoppable.
3 minutes left. Plenty of time to do it. Unlikely, I would say, but White Demons are good enough. They have the quality. They need to give it everything now. I think this, in some sense, maybe helps a little bit, because now they have to throw the kitchen sink at it. Do you know what I mean? There's nothing left for them to say, well, maybe we just keep... No, they have to change their play style. They have to go for it now. They have to give it everything they've got, and they definitely need to not concede again. Catalysm looking for the follow-up, but he's just done him so dirty.
You just can't stop them now, can you? Dorito was in a very difficult spot for the first one, and to make a follow-up save is even harder. I think CRR might have had a sniff at that, but Dorito's put it out of him anyway, and 2 minutes left to go, 4-0. I was hoping for a little bit of a closer game to try and give White Demons a bit of a chance, but German Amigos, you can't take anything away from them. This is an unbelievable performance, and they don't seem shy of looking for more, do they? Just keep going, more chances. Catalysm again trying to get a crazy redirect. They got to watch the complacency when getting forward from a chance like that, though. CRR will find the back of the net and give them a little bit of hope.
Well, it's a repeat of game 4, isn't it? They went 4-0 up, CRR scored the 5th, and 4-0 up, CRR scores the 5th in game 6. 2 minutes left on the clock. Shouts of a comeback in chat. Hashtag I believe in the chat if you believe in this Orange comeback here in game number 6. Can we see a game 7? Look, they're still going for it, and you've got to respect that. White Demons refuse to be beaten here as they try to get another one on the scoreboard. Touch inside from CRR, beats one. Rizex is at the back line, gets demoed. Dorito's there, and he's going to look for Tigray on the inside. The shot almost good enough, but Catalysm cuts it out before it can become a threat. Great defense from the Amigos, who seem to have tightened up that back line after a momentary lapse.
Yeah, they had a spell of pressure. White Demons and German Amigos had to do something differently. They had to make sure that their defense was just as good as their offense has been in this game. When called upon, they conceded that first one. It wasn't going to happen again, though. They got themselves sorted, got themselves in a good... Oh, Rizex has just gone straight underneath CRR. That is filthy. And into the middle as well. There was nobody there to follow up, but the confidence from German Amigos. Strength to strength. A minute left to go. 3 goals for White Demons. The mountain keeps getting taller. Kilimanjaro's not coming down, Elliot.
A minute left on the clock. White Demons need to pull out the upset of at least this year, I reckon, as the ball goes up onto their own backboard again. Doritos there to meet it. They need a goal every 15 seconds against one of the best defenses that we've seen in a very long time here in German Amigos. CRR up onto the ceiling. He's going to look to do it all himself. Rizex, I think, was expecting the touchdown, just about gets between the ball and the goal there. Dorito with the 50 forces Ivan out to midfield without the ball. It's going to be Tigray to CRR in the corner. The touch uncomfortable. We will manage to get it up. Catalysm won't be beat, though, and that has got to be the end of it. There is absolutely no chance in hell that this team in Orange manages to come back from this, and Rizex knows it as he looks for the flip reset. Oh,
wow.
No, can we not, please? There's 9 seconds left. They're already dead.
Final nail hammered well and truly in the coffin. No one's pulling that one out anytime soon. White Demons have been flattened. There's a hat-trick for Catalysm. It's 2 goals and 2 assists for Rizex. And a dominant performance, and even Ivan's looked very strong in this game, being bottom of the points. 5-1. White Demons did what they could. What they could was not enough. German Amigos, your BS+ Invitational champions, despite Dorito coming back with a 0-second goal.
Wow. What a series that was. That really did get me amped. And oh man, White Demons take the first 2 games, and then German Amigos just switch on. Something happened between games 2 and 3 because German Amigos... what do you say about that? They absolutely demolished them at the end there. 5 goals to 2 in the last game. It was like they had ice in their veins.
I think it shows the maturity, doesn't it? It shows that experience. It shows the maturity to really have that kind of comeback. You know, they took 2 pretty, I don't want to say heavy defeats. They were in control, and to lose, and in some ways, that can be more difficult than getting dominated. When you play well and then still lose, it can really hurt your confidence. And to take the maturity, to take the time to realize what they were doing wrong, to turn it around and then win games back to back to back to back. Incredible. A really professional job there from German Amigos. Great from start to finish.
Absolutely astounding. Who is your MVP for the tournament then, Astral?
I mean, look, we've got to pick someone out on this German Amigos roster, and I'm going to go a bit unorthodox here. You know, when we watch them throughout the grid, I think sometimes we'd be a little bit critical. Catalysm always scoring goals. Ivan always doing the dirty work and always, as you say, being in the right place at the right time. Rizex was quite mistake prone at times. I think we could both agree with that. He had his mistakes. He gave away some good chances. But I think you've really seen tonight how he has evolved. He's really stepped up his game. He gets involved now doing the dirty work just like his teammates do. And he isn't just about those flashy plays. And for me, he stepped up his game to another level. And I'm going to give it to Rizex.
Wow. Rizex, your MVP of the BS+ Invitational. Well deserved. Thoroughly earned as well. Some fantastic team plays and individual plays from that man. And indeed, the entire German Amigos defense. We are going to be bringing Catalysm in for an interview, so stick around to hear that but I just want to say a very quick thank you to all of the guys at BS Plus Competition for helping us to put on this event and putting up the prize money and everything to host this fantastic tournament when no other Rocket League was happening. I've just loved working with this organization at every turn. It's been an absolute pleasure. And I honestly just can't give them enough props, and honestly, I can't wait to keep working with them in the future because it's been an absolute blast.
It's been so much fun covering their regionals and then the whole process of setting up this tournament and how it's gone. I think we're absolutely delighted with it. We've had some great games. I'm disappointed that those semis were sweeps, but the final made it worth it. The final really made it worth it. We've had some great casting performances from all the crew, and the broadcasters have done a great job as well. And I've really, really enjoyed it.
Well, without further ado, let's bring in the man of the moment, Catalysm. Thank you very much for joining us, and congratulations on winning the BS Plus Invitational. How are you feeling right now?
Let's go, dude!
Absolutely
Feeling
fantastic.
so good, man.
So good. Oh, just such a good performance from you. I mean, was there any doubt in your mind after you went 2 games down?
Yeah, for sure. Like, after we went 2 games down, we were like, okay, guys, we need to take a step back and, like, refocus again to, like, really win those games. Like, I was kind of scared, not gonna lie.
Yeah, so you did lose those first 2 games, but what I asked you is, you beat White Demons 3-0 in the group stage just last night. So surely you were going into the series, I think, pretty confident. And yet, were you surprised then to go 2 games down immediately after, sweeping them yesterday?
Yeah, for sure. Like, we were so confident, and, like, because we, of course, swept them before in the group stage. But then seeing them win 2 games against us was honestly, like, my heart stopped almost. But we were able to come back and win the games. I'm so happy.
I mean, it was such a good turnaround. And after that sweep against Sandrock Gaming in the semi-finals as well, did you expect that to be such a dominant victory?
I expected to win for sure, but not in such a dominant way, like maybe 4-2 or something like that. The series.
Yeah, I said from the start of this competition that I thought probably German Amigos, you guys, and SK were going to be the 2 teams coming into this. So I want to go back to the quarterfinal as well, because I thought that was going to be a tough game for you guys, but you handled SK very well. I said earlier, you only conceded 3 goals. What was the secret to taking down SK in such a comfortable fashion?
I don't know, man. The synergy was just there, and we played such great Rocket League. It feels good.
That's without a doubt. I mean, you guys played absolutely fantastically, and you mentioned the synergy, but was there any... You guys seem to be so regimented, you're so structured and organized, especially at your backline. Is that something that you consciously practice, like with deliberate training, or is that just something that you guys do instinctively together?
Yes, we have a really good coach now, and we practice like to be organized and rotation and stuff like that. Like, we practice so much about that, and it finally shows. The hard work finally shows.
I want to ask you then one more thing. Coming into this, obviously for me, you were one of my favorites, but were there any teams that you're particularly concerned about? Any teams that maybe a bogey team that you weren't particularly good against that you want to avoid playing, or maybe you did play them, or maybe you didn't?
I think Rick's GG. Like, we lost against them in the group stage. They reverse swept up us, and I was kind of scared to play against them, but lucky that we didn't have to.
It's a good job White Demons swept them then in the other semi-final.
Yeah.
It was worked out very, very nicely indeed. And honestly, I don't think it could have gone to a team that deserved it more. Catalysm, 5 goals in that series, a hat trick in the last game to put it to bed. Congratulations, a fantastic performance from you and your team.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us. And well, congratulations once again. Have a fantastic evening.
Thank you. See ya.
See you later.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it, Catalysm. Oh my goodness, the German Amigos, your first ever BS Plus Invitational winners, and in some style, just an absolutely magnificent performance from that team. They have been outstanding for this entire tournament, and you wonder where the ceiling is as they just keep improving.
They really do, and I think that was the point I was going to make actually before you even started that sentence. Back from all the way where they came from when they just formed at the start. I think it was at the end of last year, and then it got a great run, managed to get themselves into the grid, performed, I think, exceeded everyone's expectations with some of the teams they were beating there consistently, up top of the table, made it all the way to the final of the grid, even gave BDS an incredible series. We knew from that point that they were going to be good. But like I said, from then got strength to strength. Rizx, who was essentially the weakest on the team, evolved so much, and tonight he just showed that, he is up there now. He is up there amongst the best players, and he has really improved his game. And the coaching, whatever they're doing, whatever the replay review that they're doing, it's working phenomenally well because they look very, very good.
Nothing left to say. $5,000. Winner takes all, and the winner of the BS Plus Invitational, German amigos. Congratulations. Very, very well deserved. But that's it here. This weekend is over. The BS Plus Invitational is over, and now we're going to have to wait. Well, I don't know how long, maybe even weeks before our next event. I'm sorry, I'm letting too much slip, but make sure to follow us right here at twitch.tv/BS competition, and also check out the B stream, the co-hosts of this event, which is twitch.tv/the Coliseum GG. And I hope that this will be the first of plenty of partnerships in the future. So make sure to follow as long as you don't want to miss out on any of the Rocket League action this summer. There's nothing left but to say thank you and goodbye, I think. And I do want to say a very big thank you to everyone behind the scenes who's kept this working, particularly our broadcasters, the Sunderlad here on the A stream and Cheesecake over on the B stream. Those guys have done an amazing job. Our on-screen talent, our casters, my word, Beastbound, Morky Mork, Hyperia, Bass from the Past, and Solar, all been phenomenal this weekend as well. And obviously, to top it all off, Astral, my co-caster. Thank you very much for joining me. It's been a pleasure as always.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure, and a big shout as well to our mod in the chat, Crispy. He's been running mad all weekend between the two channels, making sure things are staying nice and PG and that everyone's having a good time. So a big props for him for coming in last minute and getting that done with a great job. But I've enjoyed it. That final made those difficult semi-finals all worth it, and it was a pleasure to watch the White Demons and the German Amigos, and the fact it was back and forth, and that White Demons looked like they were going to win it. They looked very, very good, and Amigos overcame a huge challenge. What a weekend, a great performance from everybody.
Well, one last thank you to everyone at home for watching. We can't do these events if there aren't people to put them on for, and we hope that you had as much fun watching as we did bringing it to you. But that's it here from us tonight. German Amigos are your first ever BS Plus Invitational champions. And until next time, I've been Tofu Elliott.
I've been Astral.
Have a fantastic evening. Good night.